Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. So we are back with Oniria Crimes because I wanted to try and solve, in inverted commas, the other 3 cases, 6 cases in total. But I wanted to do it on a VOD because not many people have solved this, so I sort of wanted to make sure that I had a video recording of the crimes, of the solves for the puzzles, because I'm going to have to replay everything, I imagine. Thank you for the hosts, Dave and SK. So, again, this game, I got a copy of this game for streaming purposes, so just an ethics statement on this VOD. Published by Badland Publishing, and the developer is C-Commerce. Came out on the 3rd of December. So, I'm going to switch over. I'm going to synchronize. We're going to say hello. We're going to skip the intro because we did that already. So, we're going to continue. Yeah, I'm just going to put continue on that. I don't know whether there's been an update, but so far I've not been very good at solving the crimes. Actually, no, technically we solved the first one in that we figured out who did it, got the achievement for it, but we didn't solve this one, and you know, every time it starts us up again, it sort of, you know, lets us go back in and try again. So just gonna see if anything wants to highlight, because I think I'm missing, I don't know, about 5 conversations or clues or something, which is really irritating because I've done my best to find stuff, but obviously I'm missing a clear motive for this particular one. So this one was this one, I don't know whether that is, feels like it's got a clue. I'm just going to leave it to play while I update. So we are basically solving crimes in dreams. It's quite cool. The first one, we figured out eventually that the guy got murdered by his nightmare dog. I mean, with a name like a nightmare dog, you know, what are we expecting? Not much. So then the second one, we are trying to solve the murder, the death of a geisha. And there's only 3 possible suspects, and I've tried 2 of them already on previous playthroughs, so yeah, there's nothing else there. Yeah, so anything that I've missed should be highlighted in, like, not grey. I'm fairly certain that everything I've seen, I've gotten. So it's just stuff that I can't see that I'm missing. In the first room, we still missed 1 conversation, but we did find a couple of other things, including a hidden thing. We're just going to whiz through. So she didn't kill herself. Passionate and violent girl. And hated client. I'm going to try the director because we tried the other guy last time and we didn't get a solve for it. So the one we've solved is case 1. We have not solved case 2 yet. Or case 3. But case 3 broke. We're not very good at picking, like, the reasons for things. Oh, come on. And also the game is a bit buggy. In the fact that you can select stuff and it doesn't stay selected. But it's intriguing enough to make me want to, you know, try and do stuff. So, let's see if we got it right this time. Being as I've now picked all 3 suspects, I think we must, but I don't know. I read your report, Inspector Torres. I appreciate how delicately you handled this case. However, your conclusions are not based on solid... Oh, we still not figured it out. Okay. I got the first one right, Dan. But yeah, there's like 5 conversations, 3 clues, and I didn't get anything right, but I just want to continue through stuff. What I want is to be able to solve all the puzzles, so we're going to skip this because this is then the robot factory. So I loaded it up again and I linked the 2 servers together with this B thing, and it gave me another clue. But we've not managed to find many good box things, many good linky things, and also the problem, oh, thanks for the host, Leaky, is that the link thing is a bit broken. So we're just going to go through because this one's a bit broken. We seem to have that clue twice. But I don't know who did this one either. So I'm just going to accuse the vandal. Hi, Paul. But I haven't got all the evidence because the linky thing is broken. So, sadly, I can't solve that one. I have been in contact with the developers and it's patched on Steam, I think, but the people that do the console ports are someone different, so I don't know what the ETA on getting it fixed is. Something about intuition. Yeah. So we're still missing 1 clue. Probably the clue that would help me solve it. And 2 conversations. But yeah. So we're just going to continue on with the 4th case and see if that helps. Alright. Great. We can use this to put an end to the Palace of Desires. Remember that no one should get hurt. Of course, leave it to me. I just really wanted to play this game again, and I thought if I streamed it, then I'd at least have a video record of the puzzles. Which was basically my theory behind this. Plus, I haven't really done anything else yet this holiday, so I also wanted to vaguely stay awake for a little bit. Larceny in the library. Nice. What happened? I'm not sure yet. The archive door has been forced open and one of the store windows is broken. I informed the Oniria police. They've sealed off the library. I mean, yes, you also might enjoy it, but there's no obligation for you to watch. I'm just giving you the reason for a random Sunday stream. At least, I think it's Sunday. I have lost all sense of time with Christmas, but yeah, I've got an entire week off work. And also, Tuesday's stream is going to be delayed because Leaky's doing stand-up, and I want to watch that. So I thought a bonus stream might appease people. Sealed off the library. The police? Have you forgotten who you are, Junior? Edgar! You've been counting it carefully, have you, Dan? Why is that? Yes, sir? Edgar, could anyone else have gotten into this room? No way, sir. I set the alarm system before I left. But of course, with the power outage... Focus and tell me if anything is missing. There's a lot of books. Oh, so you don't get lost, okay. Let's see. No, I mean, it's the 302nd of March or something like that. If that helps. Gregor MacLeod's study of Camus is not where I left it this morning. What? This is apocalyptically serious. Edgar, call the rounders immediately. There's no need, Mr. D'Souza. We are already here. Santos! Although it looks like I got here too late. Sorry, you are? Special Agent Santos, Rounders Detective at your service. She's not dead! The famous detective. What brings you here? What wonderful coincidence. It's no coincidence. I arrived here on the trail of a dangerous criminal. Santos, you're alive! I'm glad to see you, noob. Let's leave the explanations for later. Gentlemen, this is Inspector Torres, linked to Awakeland and my colleague in the Rounders. You can speak as freely before him as before myself. Of course. I start streaming and can't stop yawning. Apologies. It's a great relief having two Rounders agents here. You have arrived at the perfect time. We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt, sir. Let's start the interrogation. Don't hold back on the details. There can never be enough information. Okay. The director called and asked me to pick him up because Miss Xiang's opera theatre show had been cancelled. I told Junior and left in a hurry. The power went out soon after. Are you sure that you left in a hurry? It was just a form of expression. When did you notice the power outage? I was driving through the city when everything went dark, and I had to stop. Okay. Apologies for the yawns. Also, yes. Well, I mean, it's still March for me, Dan, so yeah, it's weird. Christmas. I did have many, many roast potatoes, and I think I shall have roast potatoes again. But yeah, It's weird. Jesse, thank you for the raid and the host. How did the Mario RPG go? Hey, son. Edgar called and asked me to hightail it to the library. He said he had to leave earlier than expected because my father's theatre show had been cancelled. The power went out when I got to the library. Do you mean that the power went out when you got there? What I mean is that I was already here when it happened. Well, not right here. I still hadn't entered the Scarlet Room. It took me a bit longer to get here in the dark. So you weren't in this room when the power suddenly went out? That's right. Access is protected by a spell, too, so it doesn't open that quickly. Why was it so important that you get here so quickly? The library must always be supervised by a Suza Harvalo. Those are the family rules. Edgar is the only other authorized person apart from us. It was in the library. Alright. The father. As a good Suze... doing a mafia voice, apparently. As a good Suze Carvalho, I dedicate my dreams to the library. However, Miss Tian personally invited me to her premiere, and I couldn't refuse. I lose my bearings away from the library and depend on Edgar for getting around. I contacted him to pick me up right after the show was cancelled. Thanks. You have been very specific. Thanks to the hosts, Jess, Ima, Paul, and Mr. Corners. And also Alkesh. Sorry, the chat went thwink. I try to make your job easier. Sorry that I have to ask, but why are you in such a hurry to return? Well, you know what kids are like, Inspector. You can never be truly sure they understand the importance of things. But your son was already here when you both arrived. Oops. That's right, and the disaster still couldn't be prevented. What's so special about this room? The Scarlet Room is maximum security. It houses very important volumes. For example, first editions dreamed before they were written in Awakeland. We also keep every edition of Oniria Times, along with the only copy of the Scarlet Pax, the Law of the Palace of Desires. Also, and most valuable of all, obscure grimoires containing highly dangerous Kaboo magic. One of those is the missing book, right? That's right. The study of Kaboo has gone missing. A magic volume of spells to invoke a supreme-level nightmares. I think that's probably what's stopping me sleeping then. Clearly, this book, someone has stolen this book. And that is why they are invoking supreme-level nightmares. There we go. We figured it out. This is why I'm tired all the time. It only takes one to destroy a Palace of Desires. Unless we round and stop it first. Okay, it's in the opera theatre. So is the power outage important? Good. Inspector Torres, I think we have all the witnesses' statements. That's right. That's all for now, gentlemen. What do you mean? We have to start investigating the crime scene, i.e. this room. Fine, we'll wait outside so we don't interrupt you. Thanks very much. We'll let you know if we need anything else. Okay, so we should be able to do all the sides of this room. How's everyone's holiday break, whatever has happening, going so far? Well, at long at last. What the hell happened? It's a bit of a long story. After the collector's case, I traced the pirate to Opera Theatre. That's where he tried to kill me. Kill Miss Young, right? That's where he tried to kill Miss Young, right? Exactly, I see you've done your homework. Well, no, because I haven't managed to solve that one. But I guess I need the 2 reasons why. to be right with the suspect, which is why I keep on getting everything else wrong. Don't know. Week off work, doggy cuddles, and the kids have time on it. Good. Good. I just made a risotto with my leftover chicken and pigs in blankets. It's very nice. It also means that I don't have to worry about food for the next few days, which is always good. Yeah. You're watching the stream to avoid work jerks. Oh, I'm sorry you've got work jerks, Paul. Unfortunately, Mr. Jiang committed suicide. See? I thought that, and then it told me I was wrong. Ha! God damn it. No, that sounds good. I like portobello mushrooms, and I like the Wellington part. I'm guessing you didn't have it wrapped in Parma ham. They told me you were dead. I was downed. Luckily, I woke up unharmed apart from losing a few memories. I dove deep into dreams again once I had recovered. I connected to the Rounders database and read that he had stolen the heart of Orpheus. It's a legendary jewel. It is thought to be a reddish arena crystal. Legend has it that it was used during the destruction of the Scarlet City. Wait, you connected? How long have you been in Oniria? How is that relevant now? Relevant? I've been worried, you know. I didn't know what had happened to you. Torres, calm down. Don't make a big deal of it. I can't believe that you didn't even think of contacting me that entire time. We are Rounders, Inspector. This isn't a police academy. Every one of us is a separate and self-sufficient crime investigation cell. So you mean we are a team? Great teamwork comes from excellent individual work. Effing great. By the way, what are you doing here? An occupational hazard? Awake or asleep, I'm always tuned to the police frequency. First a power outage and then a theft. Something didn't smell right, so I followed my instincts. As a true rounder would do. Now, listen, the pirate stole the heart of Orpheus that Miss Xiang had hidden away. How do you know it was him? Because the jewel fits with the other serial killer thefts. The quantic clock of Azaria to calculate generic time. Amaxia's map of the Scarlet City to find magical places. The elixir of clairvoyance kept safe by Jonas to accumulate arena. He probably used the heart of Orpheus as a catalyst. That is a very scary list. I knew that his next move would be a Kabu magic volume, which is why I came. But it doesn't matter how powerful he is. He must have help to get in here. I can see that, and now what do we do? Find his accomplice, and we'll find him. We just have to find out who is lying. If that's the case, intuition is very good, but we need evidence, even in dreams. You don't say. Are we following the standard protocol? Stop switching the room around! We have the entire knowledge of the library to hand. You just have to click. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of books. Akira! I customized that motorcycle for me. It's too wild. You couldn't ride it. Amazing. The first edition of Kahira. Just like Otomo dreamed. Hal's moving castle! Sophie Hatter was the eldest of 3 sisters. She was not even the child of a poor woodcutter, which might have given her some chance of success. Her parents were well-to-do and kept a lady's hat shop. Old book. Many years ago, I contracted an intimacy with Mr. William LeBlanc. There's a castle in the air as well. Far to the south of the land of Ingri, in the Sultanates of A young carpet merchant called Abdullah lived in the city of Zanzib. As merchants go, he was not rich. His father had been disappointed in him. So far, these are Hayao Miyazaki movies. House of many ways. Charmaine must do it, said Anne Symphonia. We can't leave great Uncle William to face this on his own. Your great Uncle William, said Mrs. Baker, isn't he? She coughed and lowered her voice, because this, to her mind, was not quite nice. Isn't he a wizard? Oh. I mean, ooh. That does look very tasty, Dan. Except, you've got those round green things on it. Those round green things that you have at Christmas are gross. Oh, I should share a picture. I should share pictures of roast dinners in the Discord. I didn't share mine. I ate 15 roast potatoes. No holidays till March. I can't believe that they can enforce that. That's surely not right. Murders in the Rue Morgue. The mental features discoursed of as the analytical are in themselves, but little susceptible of analysis. The Ploined Letter. Chestnuts are quite strong. I mean, I'm just not a fan of sprouts or cabbage or anything derived of that type of vegetable. And I mean, I've had chestnut stuffing. I'm not a big fan. It's quite strong, as I said. But I've not actually had chestnuts themselves. Airbags? No, there are Brussels sprouts on Dan's plate. At Paris, just after dark one gusty evening in the autumn of 18, I was enjoying the twofold luxury of meditation and a meerschaum in company with my friend C. Auguste Dupin. Letter. Bitten the Pendulum! That is a pub in Nottingham. I was sick unto death with that long agony, and when they length unbound me, and I was permitted to sit. Skill of death. Ooh. I'm not so sure. I'm not going to read out all the books because I think that would be... We'll read out the titles. Black Cats. So, when they are grey, I've read them. When they are turquoise, I haven't. 7 Deadly Sins, Cocktails and Pictures? Yes, indeed. I believe that was the one that used to be a church. A castle. Can't take a statement from every book. We have to find a better way of only interrogating relevant witnesses. Well, tough. I want to take a statement from every book. Hey, books! Who saw the theft? The thief? It's useless. Books only communicate when you open them. Wait, I have an idea. I can try to trace the synaptic frequencies using an innate fondness. Oh, the church was the picture and piano. Yes. Pit and Pendulum. Yes, that was the 7 Deadly Sins Cocktails. That was... Lace Market? Yeah, it was just another pub. Okay, fair enough. I think it was on like 2 floors. I don't remember. I mean, we're talking, what, 20 years ago, so... What's a neric fondness? Oh dear, incomprehensible jargon again. It really is very simple. You just need to calibrate the synaptic vibration from each book and match it to the frequency of each suspect. That would mean that we can see which books are fonder of each suspect. Ah. You can do that. I bet Dwenger wouldn't believe it if he were here. Oh, but I want to read every book. Where are these silly things? There we go. Look, I just want to read every book. Silence, a fable. Portrait. Death in Chicago. Chosen One. Cyberlord. Vegans against nudists. Locked down. Land of the liquid birds. Bastion's return. Golden runes. Hidden child. Gallows bird. Stone cutter. Preacher. Ice princess. City of Fallen Angels. City of Bones. Beyond the Shadows. Live Flesh. Glass Cell. The Danced Mr. Ripley. Long Goodbye. The Crimson Manuscript. Double Indemnity. The Girl in the Woods. The Ice Child. Lost Drowning. Slayers. Lords of darkness of the four worlds, I invoke you, grant all your powers to me. Darker than nightfall, more crimson than the blood flows interred over time. In your great honor, I deliver myself to the darkness. Every fool that gets in our way will be destroyed. Here's to the power that you and I possess. Dragons. Artemis Fowl. Sleeping Beauties. Oniria Times newspaper archive. City Orm. Okay, so number 1. Palace of Desires. Monday. September 6th, 2020. City or monument. The Palace of Desires, the iconic city of the first dreamers, has become a megapolis where humanity's dreams coexist, but Palace of Desires is much more than just a city. It symbolizes the Onirian invasion of dreams. Few are aware that the monument of the same name that rises up in the center of the capital is an ancient Kaboo watchtower. It's the only thing left of the civilization remembered in the Scarlet Songs. Will the great Tiberius ever reveal its hidden secret to us? The Oniria Times is born. Today is the onset of a new era for information. The first Oniric newspaper is born with a commitment to tell dreams in their true form, with no misleading facts or falsehoods, and edited by April Letterman. The Great Wave invades Oniria. Since the La Lave method has become a trending topic in Awakeland, there has been a constant flow of dreamers visiting Palace of Desires, capital of Oniria. Many have come to stay, with some even starting their own guilds. What will be the impact of overcrowding and the Palace of Desires on the Oniric domain? Will the Land of Dreams become a new second life? The Oniri pioneers are wary about these changes. Will Tiberius and the Triple Star manage to keep dreams in order? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Well, the price of the Oniric Times really shot up in recent years. What about that date? A lot of blood was spilt in order to standardize the Oniric calendar. You talk as if you were there when the Palace of Desires was founded. I didn't experience the foundation, but I did arrive before the Great Wave. How was it then? Tiberius used the Palace of Desires as an antenna, so that every dreamer using the La Lave method would land here. Suddenly millions of people fleeing the misery of Awakeland started arriving. They weren't even aware that they were lucid dreaming. They let themselves be carried away. I can imagine the chaos. Ender's Game. They can order the moon to turn blue too, but it doesn't happen. Listen, Ender, commanders have just as much authority as you let them have. The more you obey them, the more power they have over you. So this is a saga that Orson Scott Card dreamed before writing Ender's Game? That's right. That's the purpose of this library. Horn of Prophecy. That is David Eddings. The Endimium. The Fall of Hyperion. Hyperion. The Dresden Files! I love the Dresden Files. I heard the mailman approach my office door half an hour earlier than usual. He didn't sound right. His footsteps fell more heavily, jauntily, and he whistled. A new guy. He whistled his way to my office door, then fell silent for a moment. Then he laughed. Castle of Wizardry. I was Johnny Thunders. Vegetable Time! The Barcelona Brothers. A novel. There's a Queen of Sorcery in there as well. The Non-Existent Echo. Settling Scores. All Through the Night. In Cold Blood. Fingers of Fung. Minecraft, The Mystery of the Griefers Mark. Ultimate Player's Guide to Minecraft. The Adventures of the Princess and Mr. Whiffle! The princess loved the kitten. She and Mr. Whiffle spent a long time trying to decide what its name should be. The Cement Garden. 3rd edition of the Grey Tavern. All in good time. It seems more like a narrative adventure right now. Lightning Tree. Slow Regard of Silent Things. Wise Man's Fear. Remember, there are 3 things all wise men fear. Sea in a storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man. Name Lewin. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Space is big. really big. You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is. I mean, you may think it's just a long way down the road to the chemist, but that's just peanuts to space. iRobot! Lyric jazz history. Jelly Roll, the legendary Creole that codified and communicated the rules of jazz. Do you know the legend of the saxophonist that disappeared before relating? He had been down to hell to learn from the devil himself. Well, he actually came to Oniria. Jasmine would love to browse through this encyclopedia. The son is an Oniric jazz freak, apparently. Never-ending story! Dragon and the Butterfly. In a dark turret lived the dragon for a bit. Placid was his name, and destruction was his game. Full of barbs and tricks, he burnt everything with his fiery licks. Mamo! Mirror in the Mirror. Lucid Dreaming, a concise guide. Exploring the world of lucid dreaming. Jingo. Give him a fire and he's warm for a day, but set fire to him and he's warm for the rest of his life. I think that was a Terry Pratchett book. Name of the Rose. Tunes of Atwan. Blasphemous. Ooh, Wizard of Sea. Naba Valondi. One Piece. Murakuni Kenshi. 20th Century Boys. Paprika! Metro 2033. Sorry, this is probably not massively interesting. I'm just gonna... Oh, Metro 2034. Wow, that story reminds me of something. They're just a couple of decades ahead of the history. 2035. The Mystery of the Yellow Room. You see the good side of reason, the case is clear. If I was the director and knew what he knows about that girl, I would have faked the theft to hide that grimoire in the most secret of secret rooms in the Grand Library under 7 keys and 7 spells, where no one could ever find it. We can't ignore the opinion of the leading expert on locked room mysteries. Well, note it down. The Mystery of the Yellow Room. Guardian. Legend of the Bones. Friendly store. The End of Dreams. I'm aware that a book like me shouldn't be here. Junior believes in me, so he brought me. I had nightmares when I read this book. You actually read Noob? Don't know why it matters to you whether I know what I do. We're not a team anyway. Come on, don't be so bitter. For an Oniria, not really take things to heart. So what, I should take everything as a joke? I thought that dreams could be deadly. It is. We rounders can even avoid death, though. Reads anti-dream books. Oh no. Street of your miracles. The City of Dreaming Books. If one of your sentences puts you in the mind of an elephant trying to pick up a coconut with its trunk, Better give it some more thought. Good advice to take. Sword in a circle. Make a samurai empire. How to draw a manga. 13th edition of the Grain Tavern. Stairmakers involved with the traveller? Let's just say that the stairmakers are just the planes and the triple stars, the kerosene. The girls are a way of recreating that fabric of knowledge, right? For example, you and the triple star create maps. Talk among yourselves about the regions of Oniria. Everyone knows it's best to talk to your guild if you want to travel. Life is a dream. What is life? A madness. What is life? An illusion, a shadow, a fiction, and our greatest good, but small. For all of life is a dream, and even dreams are dreams. Yep, that makes sense. Bohemian lights. The big sleep. A life in reverse. The secret history of dreaming. What dreams make have. Begin at the beginning is the phrase. I cannot do that. I begin at the end, the conclusion of my life on earth. I present it to you as it happened, and what happened afterwards. Begin at the beginning is a line from Alice in Wonderland. Batman! The Dark Knight Rises. Rest about. I can see it. I just need to highlight it. There we go. The map of the 7 sewers. Neat. The Emerald Lava. The Hunger Games. Journey to the West. Oniria Girls. Arena Engineers. The Happy Prince. The picture of Dorian Gray. That one I'm going to note down. The ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha. From Hell. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. V for Vendetta. Watchmen. The Evil. The Good. The Prison. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Japanese fairy tales. The Chosen 5. Slaughterhouse 5. Oniria Bestiary. Okay, so we've got Intellidoggies, Intellituners, Tilianins, Lobsters, Anubians, Duplicators, Hellhounds, Scarlatines, Debroads, Mimesets, Euphines, Relates, Macromangines, and Leonidas. Okay. The extinction of the dinosaurs, a true story. It travelled through space before finally landing in an alien world full of dinosaurs. It devoured every single one of them and lived off their plants until its death. If anyone does spot me going past a book that's highlighted, Dragon Ball Z. I don't come back to it, then please do go. Joe, you missed one. Which I did see something about Captain 13.5 or something like that. There we are. 13.5 Lives of Captain Blue Bear. J.R. Tolkien, poet. Fellowship of the Rings. So if someone had a nightmare with the Balrog of Moria, that's right, it means that there will be a Kabul as powerful as the flame of London on the island of nightmares. Discworld! It was said that life was cheap in Ankh-Morpork. This was, of course, completely wrong. Life was often very expensive. You get death for free. Chair! That night, the director muttered something that left me rooted to the floor. Those magic fist anarchists were planning to seize power. They are so damn antsy. We should inform the Triple Star if this is true. Rumors about Magic Fist seizing power have been swirling around for decades. Don't take it too seriously. It's partly propaganda by the Triple Star themselves. Top 10. The Semelian. Hobbit. In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing in it to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole, and that means comfort. The Encyclopedia Farina. Okay, so I think... Oh, hello. No, I found one I've missed. With the shadows. Ah, another one. City. Oh, another one. Dare to know. Silence of the Summers. Cross Athena, please. Come on. Wild. Let's jump my Stelina. Cross of Eldorado. I'm fairly certain there's an achievement for reading all of the books. Which is why I'm trying to read all of the books. And you're reading this for the wrong reason. So sorry, this is not terribly interesting. But I never promised it to be terribly interesting. I just wanted to have a VOD for everything. So feel free to watch something else. Okay. Sherlock Holmes, The Complete Collection. It's bad, although his best quote is, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Elementary, dear Santos. Stories within stories, fair enough. Jane Eyre. Herbert West Reanimator. The Last Battle. Magician's Nephew. Console Wars. Play by ear. I think I read part of this. The Voyage of the Dawn Treader. I've read about half this library, I think. It's Caspian. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Once there were 4 children whose names were Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy. This story is about something that happened to them when they were sent away from London during the war because of the air raids. Origin. Killer Chronicles. The Maltese Falcon. Distrust a man who says, when. If he's got to be careful not to drink too much, it's because he's not to be trusted when he does. Oh, the science of sleep. We all need to sleep, or every animal does at least. We humans can do it on our backs, our fronts, on our sides, hugging a pillow or our bed companion, with our legs bent. Ultimately, we are very creative. Sometimes we can't sleep at all. Inferno! Not the book by Dan Brown. Dream Colors. But it might be, because now we've got the Da Vinci Code. Renowned creator Jacques Sonnier staggered through the vaulted archway of the museum's grand gallery. He lunged to the nearest painting he could see, a Caravaggio. Oh god, angels and demons. Origin is actually also a Dan Brown one, but Dream Colours is not. Christmas Carol. Marley was dead, to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it. Dream juice. Homemade recipes. Memories, dreams, and reflections. Ligua. A Little Prince. About dreaming and waking. 1001 Nights. Lucid dreams. Fragments. Dead season. Strays. Day to day. Treading a fine line. The Bible! God said, "Let there be light," and then there was light. From February to March. And then March never ends. After Dark. Psychology? No, the physiology of tastes. Physiology of taste? That rings a bell. The name you are looking for is Brillat Savarin, the father of modern gastronomy. Taking notes is a good habit to have. Picked up, Inspector. I found it hard to write during dreams at first, but I can do it now. All the same, there are so many clues here that I find them tough to narrow down. It looks good so far. I think we can trust your selection. It's important that we focus on finding the pirates' accomplices. They will be the suspect with motives for destroying Palace of Desire. 12 stories and a dream. The War of the Worlds. Oh, the War of the Worlds. The music for that, I physically cannot listen to it. I don't know what the composer did, but that opening song for War of the Worlds just makes me feel so ill. It's really strange. So, yeah. La Boutique Obscure. 124 Dreams. 1984. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. June. I think I have that. I put it in the sale recently. I have so many books. I have so many books that I cannot possibly read all of the books that I own. And I read fast. But I also keep buying them. A Day of Anger. The Fencing Master. The Civil Communion. The murder of Nancy Sinefureko. What a plot for a role-playing game. Let's hope the dream doesn't turn fiction into reality. No, I want to read the book thing. Murder mystery. Alchemy and Mysticism. Count of Monte Cristo. The Three Musketeers. Shadow of the Eagle. It's not necessarily the most well-known tune, it's just the one that plays at the beginning of the radio show. And I swear my dad had like it on CD or something. It just gives me nightmares and it makes me feel physically ill. I've never understood why. Though, to be fair, considering my dad probably had it on, it's probably a PTSD thing. But yeah, so War of the Worlds is something I can never watch or listen to. Yes, Menora's Rings twice. They made that into a movie. Murder in Prado del Rey. Galindez. Shape of Water. I did that into a movie as well. Excursion to Tindari. Overnight Kidnapper. Montalbano's First Case. Ah! Fictitious Cobalt Pirates. Well, we have that word again. I'm not missing much, am I? Well, that's fair enough. It's just... yeah. Metamorphosis. One morning, as Gregor Samsa was waking up from anxious dreams, he discovered that in bed he had been changed into a monstrous, venomous bug. Strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Jurassic Park. The Last Taboo. The Manual of Knives and Cutting Techniques. The other cookery books find Edgar scary, but I admire his passion. It's so exciting to hear him recite. The fineness of a cut shows a chef's skill when they know how to make any cut precisely and quickly. Do you think his knife skills include breaking magic seals? You can never know what a butler is capable of. What motives would he have there? To see whether the blade was properly sharpened? We'd better carry on investigating. The Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus. Sorry, not Dr. Frankenstein, just Frankenstein. The Aleph. Ready Player One. Terrible, terrible book, really. Yes, I should rehydrate. Tick the pirate. Innkeeper! 2 glasses of red wine for everyone, shouted Tick, and a glass of ink for the author. Yeah. Okay. Brother Bredico in war. Memory of Solifrino. Ordinary people don't have a history. Hounded by the present, they cannot consider preserving the memory of the past. The Illustrated Man. Palace of Desires of the Scarlet City. Martian Chronicles. Fahrenheit 451. Belvian. Journey to the Center of the Earth. They have Island of Nightmares. They have Journey 90 Days Around the World. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Around the World in 80 Days. There we go. Phileas Fogg. The world has grown smaller since a man can now go around it 10 times more quickly than 100 years ago. Did anyone ever watch the animated series Around the World in 80 Days? Where I swear they were all animals. And then they did 20,000 Leagues, or possibly Journey to the Centre of the Earth. It was around about the 80s. Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light, it was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. Willy Fogg, yes! American Shot. Ripper. Emma's still alive, but she's going to be murdered at midnight on Good Friday, Amanda Martin told the deputy chief, who didn't even think to question the girl, since she'd already proved she knew more than he and all his colleagues in homicide put together. Yes, I think he was a lion? I don't know. First of the Pygmies. Kingdom of the Golden Dragon. Yes! A lion as the lead character. I believe so, yes. City of Beasts. No, there are two types of problems. Those that resolve themselves and those that can't be resolved. House of Spirits. You can't find someone who doesn't want to be found. The Grand Library of Babylonia. The library doesn't exist. The perfect librarian was created by the Lords of the Nightmare to hide their secrets, just to see the distance between dreams and... Ugh, sorry, my TV is doing its thing again. I need to get it fixed, but Christmas was not the best time. To see the distance between dreams and awakeland, just look at the palms of the hands. David Luengo and his donkey. Will be the mixed up rope. Yeah, oh, hello, I missed a whole section. Peter Pan! Ulysses. Don't read Ulysses. Ulysses reads you. Once you start reading Ulysses, you're forever reading Ulysses. I have never read Ulysses. The Book of Dreams. Or if on winter's night a traveller. But how to establish the exact moment in which a story begins? Everything has already begun before. The first line of the first page of every novel refers to something that has already happened outside the book. Rome, the first 1,000 years. Silk. Inspector Torres' adventures. Looks like someone is making the headlines. Did you think that you're the only one? Oh my god! That's him. Okay. Informative sign. This is the way to the archive. It's one of the secret areas in the library and normally only accessed by members of the Suze Carvel family or Edgar. It certainly is informative. Door with a broken seal. Ugh, it was so boring. He only opened me from time to time to bring books from the archive. Then my time finally came. A very agile shadow attacked me and only me during the power outage. It's great to feel important. Look, Santos, the seal is broken from this side. Only one of our suspects is agile too. Has the agility of youth. Well, that's a bit stereotypical, isn't it? Okay. The swallowing dragon. Every newspaper in the world calls me a monster. Do you know what a monster is? Yes. Am I a monster? No. Have you read it? It was read to me. It was my favourite bedtime story when I was little. How to design generic video games. Tales from the Prison. Book of the Necromagines. The Book of the Rulatis. The Book of the Euphanines. And Sammy's Online. I refer to my subtitle. The Book of the Mimosets. Sacred Places. The Book of the Debruats. The Book of the Scarlatines. The Book of the Hellhounds. Bluebeard. Cinderella. Little Thumb. Monkey Skin. Now we're getting into Fable territory. Puss in Boots. Little Red Riding Hood. Meteor Shower. The Fairies. Oops. The Journey of Team Ico. Udonomicon. Gamer identity. The Book of the Leonides. Song of Ice and Fire! My mind is my weapon. My brother has his sword. King Robert has his warhammer, and I have my mind. And the mind needs books. Harry Potter. Scars can come in useful. I have one myself above my left knee, which is a perfect map of the London Underground. It was Dumbledore's that says that. Herbert covered a book. Bad luck. They had to steal the buddy I just lent my 4-leaf clover to. Today is not your lucky day book. Cheese-covered book! I would swear there was another book on this shelf before the power outage. Tasty statement. Ice book. You wouldn't believe how cold I felt in my right spine since they took the buddy next to me. We found the gap left by the stolen book. Shame that the only statement is a complaint about the environment. Sharpened steel covered book. Crap, who's going to tell me his horrific nightmares right now? At night now? The typical horror story freak. Book a book! What's going to happen to me now that no one distracts that crazy dude with the knives? I don't know what it's about dreams that attracts crazy dudes with knives. Strawberry gum book. Good, good. I have more space to blow my bubbles now that the bore in the middle of it's gone. That's why I hate candies. I know someone that would chew all the pages if it was made of melon. A Lost World. Lalave Method Apostles. Despite the director not using the Lalave method to enter Oniria, he often read me to gain a deeper understanding of Oneronautic knowledge. I never saw him read books on that supposed Awakeland world. The famous Lalave method, a technique used by everyone from the Great Wave, but me. That's why we chose you for the Rounders, noob. I thought it was for my teamwork skills. Very funny. You should be proud, like one of the pioneers during the Great Wave era. Well, I didn't understand that I was entering an area until I heard the method. Us pre-Great Wave and aeronauts were like you. However, the method has helped us better understand how lucid dreams work. So the D'Souza family has their own method too? Yes, they have a long history of lucid dreamers. So much that the director seems to spend more time here than in Awakeland. Okay. Trafalgar! Hearing you talk, the tongue is an organ that sometimes appears to get in your way. The Library of Babel. Dracula! Welcome to my house. Enter freely, go safely, and leave something of the happiness you bring. Necronomicon! This is the testimony of all that I have seen and all that I have learned in those years that I have possessed the 3 seals of Mashu. Palace of Desire seals. Palace of Desire's seal system comprises strategically placed neurograms which form an arena shield, preventing most Kabu from entering, which keeps us safe. Although those tiny Intelidoggies manage to slip by them easily. You and your suspicion of Intelidoggies. You'll see I'm right one day. Neurograms, why? Strange circular drawings made with the arena and found among the Sokolob ruins. The neurograms are undoubtedly drawings of power. Very few aeronauts have been able to master the art that protects the Palace of Desires. Neurogram drawing. Jesse's online. Location of known anerograms. There are 7 in Path of Desires, on Lobster's Coast, in the Scorched Forest, in Bloamy Forest, at least 3 in the 5th Dimensional Cemetery, on Coral Reef in Cloud Castle, and in Spaceport Metropolis. The Lost Civilization. Despite historians' best efforts, we haven't actually found any evidence of the remains of the civilization that founded the Scarlet City, as if it was deleted from history. Palace of Devised Sphere. So a sphere, I still don't really get that concept. I get the impression that you know more than what this ellipsis suggests. I might tell you a couple of secrets one day. Vocabulary threat. Mistborn! Brennan Sanderson. Good series. Blood is not water. Copy of the Scarlet Pax, Volume 2. Have some respect, schmuck. We may be a copy of the original Captain of the Palace of Desires. We still represent the law in Oniria. You can be sent to the prison for infringing any of our provisions, which includes clicking on us without due deference. Scarlet Pax? They are the Lord of Oniria, right? More to the point, the law of Onirians. They are pacts that all us Onirians agreed. Yeah. They are recorded and stored in the Palace of Desires, hence the name. The Foundation series. The Son of a Breda. The King's Gold. Cavalier in the Yellow Double. Palaces of the Levant. Pirates of the Levant, even. Cross the Assassin's Bridge. I finally made it to England in Valhalla, so I can unlock the Yule event. Then I have to do something else, so I need to play this instead. From the Heart. Rare, unsorted editions of the Grey Tavern 2.0. Tiberius hastily left the Grey Tavern immediately after explaining what the prison entailed to Nicholas. He was on the terrace of the Palace of Desires, a museum building with irregular curved and angular walls covered with small scarlet tiles. The prison, that mystical place that you don't really mention? Because not much is known, it is apparently an infinite prison run by Kaboo. Only the criminals from Palace of Desires are left at the door. They never wake up again. Alright, move your butt! Book of the Intellidoggies. The Book of Lobsters. The Book of the Intellituna. The Book of the Tilanians. Advanced Technomagic. Book of the Duplicators. Gods of Oniria. The Miracles of Oniria. Secretive Magic. Arena Storms. White Magic. Meditation and Dreams. Magret! Magret. The Nubans. Murder on the Orient Express. The Mousetrap. 5 Little Pigs. Agatha Christie. Secret Adversary. Death on the Nile. And then there were none. The Body in the Library. Me, Shepherd. Spring Snow. History of Oniric Politics. Whoops! How many types of gold are there then? There are 16 major golds, which have the headquarters on the Conciliation Avenue, and were founded by pioneers, but there are hundreds of other guilds, or thousands. I doubt that anyone keeps count now. Who are the ancient ones, then? It's a myth. They are believed to be aeronauts from previous eras whose bodies died in the wasteland, whose consciousnesses remain very present in Oniria. Tremendous gangs of ghosts. Okay, so I think I've read all of the books. Oop, no. Club Dumas. Give it to you. What? Captain Alastrio. Now I think I've read all the books on this side. Index! Indeed, I'm the index at the Scarlet Room. Unfortunately, I've been updated for many years, so no one opens me. The director spends the day reading about Kaboo, and Edgar's too old to be going up and down ladders. Well, and I was hoping that the index would help us. This is all very analog. Illustrated Anatomy of the Kaboo. The director is so obsessed with nightmares, he must not have had any friends when he was a child. A book of my age should be able to relax in peace on its shelf and only be opened in exceptional circumstances. It's going to wear out my spine through so much use. Mr. D'Souza is running one of the most controversial studies on Kaboo sociology. He really must be obsessed with the topic. Old candlestick. I thought I was going to die when one of the magic fist crazies came by here. Last, a candle can never be sure that it won't instantly melt, even when they wear the ceremonial knuckle dusters that catalyze their power. The perfect suspects for a case of theft with a broken door and a window. The thought had crossed my mind. I even checked the window, and there weren't any burn marks. Several incomplete editions of the Great Tavern. Prior to the boom called the Great Wave, having a lucid dream was quite difficult, but it was much harder to have them at will. As such, there were very few true erudits, and they were considered the elite, given that all their knowledge had been learned through their own experience. Why, I find it so easy. You are an Oniric shaman, Inspector. One is born every 1,000 years. Okay. Apparently that's a thing. Ooh, pile of something. Pile of unsorted books. One would expect the butler to be diligent and put one on the shelves after one has been dusted and read, but no, that old man does not know the meaning of respect. One day he uses this as a seat, the next as stairs. It's an outrage. He clearly doesn't feel part of the library and does his own thing. I get the feeling that he does his job right. Yeah, like an independent cell. Doesn't really respect books. Right, so... let us spin! Look at all the books! Smug! The non-existent night. Property speculation. Baron in the trees. Cloven Viscount. Youth in Turin. Path to the nest of spiders. Cosmic Comics. Crow comes last. The unforgettable. The ants. Redgrass. Autumn and peaking. Poem of the days. The Croquin and the Plankton. Turmoil in the swathes. Portrait of a man. Yes, anyone who disrespects books is guilty. Definitely, 100%. The Infraordinary. Office of Aficionado. Life. A user's manual. Do with that. Famous. Outer Cricks. Oniria, the final frontier. Heteroparamo. A thing in the forest. Tristan and Isolde! Gentlemen, would you like to hear a beautiful story about love and death? Stein report. More Plato and less dreaming. Junior reads me because he's worried about his father. Understandable. It's not healthy to dream so much. Many Onirianauts are dreaming addicts, but they don't know it yet. I don't just mean those telekinetic basketball weirdos either. We have a motive here. If Junior is worried about his father, he could try to free him from Oniria. Even if it means destroying Palace of Desires? It's a bit psychopathic, but it makes sense. Excuse me. Prince of Shadows. I came to Madrid to kill a man I'd never seen. Annex of Interpretation of the Palace of Desires runes. I have never entered the Palace of Desires, to be honest. You've never taken a tour? It's truly impressive. I don't like crowds. Another interpretation. Illustrated encyclopedia. What a large volume. The Magic Fist Manifesto. Anna Karina. This is God Vampire. 100 Musketeers. Wow. City of Marvels. Glassblower's Children. Divine Comedy. The Great Generic Battles. Childhood and Dreams. Marco Traveler's Diary. Master Puer's Teachings. Geography of Tealand. Locations of Oniria. Tealand. Quantum Clock of Azarias. Used to measure Oniric time, records show that this artifact is synchronized with nearby spheres and can give early indication of when an eclipse or an arena storm may occur, for example. Lunar elixirs. The Michelin Guide of Oniria. Someone who loves Oniric food won't facilitate the theft of a book that could destroy it. Edgar marvels at my pages. He's always reading me to recommend restaurants to the director. They take every opportunity to go out and sample the best delicacies in an area. Tavern. Just a few days after the ban, a high-ranking member of the Eternal Scarf was drained. Their suspicious disappearance had led to the guild hiring Santos to investigate. She discovered that a crime had been committed. Despite no evidence being found, everyone considers it was the Magic Fist retaliating against supporting their expulsion. Wow, Santos, you were mentioned. You never told me that you appeared in the Grey Tavern 2.0. Well, the not finding evidence thing, it was never actually made public. See, you never tell me anything. Surrealist Manifesto. Elegy of Black Homer. Archer. Castle of Cross Destinies. Invisible Cities. Manicore. Enrique. Jabberwocky! Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jub bird and shun, the frumious Bandersnatch. Sword goes snicker-snack. Another invention. Ooh, the new director went up to visit the attic on the morning of Monday, October 31st, 2011. All the Wild. The Black Corsair. Nightmares. Universal History of Inequity. Perfume. Best video games about dreams. One of April Letterman's best essays. The first manual of pataphysics. Palace of Desires is the Axis Mundi. Twisted Paths of 5th Dimension Century. Cemetery. Oh my god. Climate Science. Superficial Body Changes. Advanced Body Changes. Miniaturism. Extreme Body Changes. Case of the Weaving Sideboard. That was the case I couldn't solve. Hermits for Intellidoggies. Inside the Palace of Desire. Savage Detectives. Case of the Persevering Maltese. Oniria Artifacts. Ooh. There was something about the heart. Sought after by Collectors Guild members. Oniria artifacts such as the Trident of Neptune, owned by Tiberius, or the Missing Heart of Orpheus. Powerful relics containing a large amount of arena. The Pinnacle of the Dream. Is this through Santos? Ask. And what's it like inside? We don't have time for stories. That says no one can enter inside the pinnacle of the Scarlet Tower or the Palace of Desires, other than the guild leaders, Detective Santos, Mr. D'Souza, Marco Travolo, Jonas Ninois, and some high-ranking Triple Star officials. History of invented inventions. White Fang. Chinese character writing machine. I'll buy that, I'm a big fan. Spinetta Chronicle and Inspirations. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Cocktail Guide. Lyric Spheres. Lies and more lies. And a magic door. Where do you think you're going? I know exactly what you're doing. I'm not going to let you free my masters. This will be your grave. Open damn door, I'll batter you down. It's a magic door. Using brute force won't open it. What do you suggest we do then, Hideki? We'll take a good look around. There must be some way of counteracting the spell. Did you find anything? I am seeing the build-up arena through the keyhole. Can you manipulate it? Yes, I can rotate it using the right joystick. Rotate the arena cloud with the right joystick until you find a pattern. I see a butterfly. At least I did. This is part of the game. Am I hypnotizing the channel? Hypnotizing my damn self here. I see a QR code. Spatial vision. You discovered the secret of the door. Got a QR code. I'm going to scan that. I want to see what it says. It is for oneriacrimes.com. Only the circle seeker will pass. oneriacrimes.com/secrets/keyhole. It's got some codes. Interesting. Awesome. What did you find? You won't believe it, Inspector. There was a QR code. That magic door sure is modern. A very strange something or other. A very strange QR code. Okay. Remnants of the Three Kingdoms. I preferred the movie. Edgar's notes. I never remember the code for the electric lock on the grand magic door, so I'll note the first 4 digits down here. What were they? Ah, now I remember. 2451. That'll be enough. Take a screenshot. Now I remember. 2451, that'll be enough. Hopefully no one will find my notes and open the door, only needing to try the 100 combinations for the 2 missing digits. And 2451 is not on this website. That's it. Don't ask me to help with trying combinations. I prefer taking on that magic door. I wouldn't expect anything less from a super hacker detective. The shop. Lot of bad dreams. Misery. Eyes of the dragon. Through the eye of the dragon. Through the dragon's eye. Through the dragon's eye. And Jodie Race. So he watched those at school. Nightmares of a video game designer. Faith of the circle. That the circumference exists as a fact. We see it daily by how the light grows. Faith can only reveal its perfect shape, however. Listen, Santos. Don't waste your time with that fanatical nonsense. Metropolis, the reflected city. Agent Manor. Scarlet Tales. Dream me here and now. Enter the heroic mire of dreams, where twilight flees nightmares before we say farewell forever. Chronicles of Oniria. Hell. The book just called Hell. The labyrinth your father built keeps you in. There's no way you can escape from it. We actively seek out problems when we don't have them. We make them worse when we do. Always lost in the labyrinth. Carnival Tuesday. Or a tableau of avarice, lust, and death. The Lamp of Marbles. Ashes, a 3-act drama. Dead Poet Society. The Beggar. To Midnight. Fable. Court of Miracles. Tyrant Banderas. Necromantic Omen. Search. The clock in the corridor had just struck 12 in a leisurely, rhythmic, decorous manner. Bad Weeds. Red Dawn. Road to Perfection. Chronopierce and Fanos. Palace of Desire's Police. That's us. Spring Sonata. Summer Sonata. Autumn Sonata. Winter Sonata. Dark Forest. Dragonlance Chronicles. Trade Winds. The Other Shore. Southern Highway. Secret Weapons. The Apology of Socrates. I prefer knowledge to wealth. For the one is transitory, the other perpetual. Load of crap, knowledge ends when the brain rots. End of quote. 62, a model kit. Big Book of Dreams. Scarecrow waits at midnight. Undead. Shakespeare's memory. Book of Sand. Return to region. Runaway horses. Laughter in the dark. The tunnel. Magic fountain. Stranger. Another. Shield. Razor's edge. The Cubs and Other Stories. The Platform of Snow. Catcher in the Rye. Optimists. Helen. Oh, the sea in summer. The Fallen. Music of the Wilds. Choke. Heart So White. The Years. The Waves. To the Lighthouse. Orlando. Mrs. Dalloway. Jacob's Room. The Polish Rider. Absalom. Flush. Inventions of the March Hare. Murder in the Cathedral. Wasteland. Possum's Book of Practical Cats. The naming of cats is a difficult matter. It isn't just one of your holiday games. You may think at first I'm as mad as a hatter when I tell you a cat must have 3 different names. They based a musical on that. And a terrible, terrible movie. Triumphal March from Caroline. A Room of One's Own. Pile of unsorted books. Ah, that was the other part, the pile from previous. First chorus of The Rock. Okay, one more thing left. Aragon. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Class War. Love in the times of lockdown. I'd do anything for you, my love. I'd move heaven and earth for you. I'd even leave home without a mask. That is a terrible thing to say to someone in times of lockdown. Should never leave without a mask. The Dream Demon. Candy, candy. Oh my world, I can't believe it. Candy? What the heck is going on? The scriptwriter and artist for this manga fell out after finishing it. And it hasn't been published ever again. Almost vanished in a wasteland. I didn't know there was an Oniria edition. I can't contain myself. I've very nearly finished. I decided to write this book when I saw the huge literature collection in the Scarlet Room. It's not just a random accumulation of words. Every reference is thoughtfully conceived. 5 grinning bunnies. Catcher in the Dream. Dream time. Dream of women. Mr. Balmer. The Villager's Dream. Graveyard Book. 2 weeks in Rome. Blue eyes, black hair. The Scapegoat. The Edom Chronicles. Attack of the Sleepwalker. Crime scene procedure generator. Where is Marco Travelo? Tea Master. Come on. I need the Tea Master. Okay. It's the Miss Jiang's dance. More fire wings. Two candles for the devil. By the trees are singing. Encyclopedia of Vampirism in an area. The strange thing about vampirism is that some dreamers dream as vampires. And Kaboo are born from nightmares caused by vampires. I wonder how Dracula would dream about himself. Damn literature. I found this phrase written in the worn pages of a book on occultism that bought in a run-down second-hand bookstore in dazzling Prague. The advantages of travelling by train. Strong women, among women only. Bell jar. Year of magical thinking. Disgrace. Hunt for the necromancer. Enclave. Breakfast on Jupiter. Don't need to be a hero. Copy of the Scarlet Pacts. Many have forgotten us, but we are the Pacts, the pioneers signed prior to the Great Wave. One of us dictates that the D'Souza family has to watch over the Grand Library. None of the Scarlet Room books should ever leave here. It would be dangerous if we fell into the wrong hands. That's what Junior was referring to when I asked him why he was in such a hurry? Yes, the Scarlet Room was created to have a secure location to safeguard dangerous books. The D'Souza family has the privilege of storing them and is obliged to safeguard them. Deciding who can access the text means great power, great responsibility too. There's one called the Horde, which time to step. Poet and the Muse. Horde. It's hard getting the ones behind the steps. Do Ghost Dream of Undead Sheep. Well, Letterman gave great recognition as a non-fiction writer for this piece. She always does a great job. Eloy Lalave biography. Principles of friendship. Friendship, that divine treasure that people may have but don't seem to understand. Whoever has a friend has a treasure. However, as with treasure, they disappear and are lost if they are not looked after. Drugs for dreaming. According to you, Taurus, don't argue your methods with a book. And they were not so true wizards. What a kaboo! The Scarlet Room. Aha! A magic door is said to guard access to the Scarlet Room, and finding the exit requires using unorthodox methods. The mystery of the door can only be solved by someone that doesn't know math. Oh dear. Actually, I probably should take a screenshot of that. Lucid Dream. Scarlet Room. Scarlet Altar. The link between flooding and Oniria. Consequences of telepathy. Brody's report. Map of the Scarlet City. Dreams can improve your sex life. 8th edition of the Grain Tavern. How little things have changed. Sure, but it really has been given the literary touch. The dawning of a heart. Neither Jung nor Adler nor Freud. The dangers of the lullaby method. Secret of Arena. Pioneers of Oniria. Locations of Oniria. Scorched Forest. All honor and glory for the Dreaming Rangers. Are all Kaboom nightmares? What are Kaboom? Oniria not the true wizards. Oniria. Wakeland. Two sides of the IntelliDoggy. The Lotus War. Sayonara. The story starts with a kebab and ends with flying on a dragon's back. Knowing this, you can now read the important bit in the middle. Memories of a Geisha. Perfect book for Miss Tian. She might have even written it. That lady's true identity is the best kept secret in Oniria. Tama. Thief's Diary. It's Only Business. Romeo and Juliet. Macbeth. Hamlet. To die, to sleep perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause, there's the respect, that makes calamity of so long life. Oniria God's Flying Notes. Ectomorphs. The truth about Detective Santos. In this book, I will reveal the true secrets behind the facade of the Rounder, Detective Santos, hacker, Oniria pioneer, blackmailer, Kaboo double agent, the shadowy power of Palace of Desires. Ha! They're talking about you here. Don't believe everything you read in books. But don't forget it's in this room, right? Because it would be dangerous for people to believe it. Right. The Church of the Circle. These theories about circumferences are really intriguing. I still don't get it though. I find it hard to imagine roundness. But I get the theory. The Heart of Orpheus. The mythical jewel exists, although where it comes from is unclear. The theory that is actually Orpheus's crystallized heart has been ruled out. It's safe to assume that this magical artifact was created during the era of Scarlet City. Conciliation Avenue. Revenge of the Rose. Arena farms. The future is something. It's ours. The future is ours. Oniria guilds. Chronomancers. Yeah. Pictish kobolds. We don't know what they are, but we know what their logo is. Mercenaries. Sculptors. Stairmakers. Sorcerers. Fencers. Researchers. Magic fist. Collectors. Thaumaturgy. Negromancy. That's interesting. This goes against April Letterman's conclusions. When we solved the case of the mysterious appearance of the Oniric ghosts of her sister, she was so astounded that she wrote a diary about her adventures. I must read that. I'm her biggest fan. Let's save Wakeland. Oniric errors. The uncomfortable truth. Coral Reef. Spaceport Metropolis. Keymasters. Cloud Castle. Anyworld. Robo Wilderness. Neighborhood on Wheels. Fifth Dimension Cemetery. Prison. Triple Star. Eternal Scarf. The Greek Archipelago. Love letters to the dead. Kingdom of Dreams. The Art of Mindful Gardening. Nimheim, Goshawk and Crows. Children of Snow and Storm. The Stapple Oracle. I have been doing this for 2 hours. I'm sorry, it's going to be incredibly boring. But hey. Hopefully there's an achievement at the end of it. Silak Curse. Love letters that could be a Grim Fandango sequel. Indeed. Polar Express. Zathura. Jumanji! Oh, Neverwinter, cool. Interview with a Vampire. Francois Vatal, Dreams of a French Chef. Poor Edgar, how he weeps on reading my final pages while he declaims, "Why did you do it, master?" The Prince of Conde was as stubborn as the Sousa who despises my experimental cooking. Your teachings won't be in vain, though. I will avenge you. Is Vatal the one who invented Chantilly cream? Don't throw me like that, noob. Anyone would think you know something about gastronomy. Relax, I saw it in a movie. That Vatal guy ended up committing suicide at a party. Because the prince didn't like his cooking? No, because the lobster didn't arrive in time for the evening meal. Oh. Garden of Doubts. The Old Mermaid. Secret Pilgrim. The Russia House. Perfect Spy. The Sandman. Sneakers for Athletes. Hush Hush. Silence, the Fable. Finale. The Horse and His Boy. Outer Regions. The Island of Kaboo. Lobster's Coast. Great Tavern 2.0. Technosong. Past the Desire City. Bolami Grand Park, Oniria Ibarra, District. Tea House. That was a big one. What happened? I can't go into it too much detail right now. Could meet with April Letterman for a drink one day, though. And she can personally tell you how she wrote Du Ghoststream Van der Cheap. A date with April Letterman? Tell me when? Don't make me regret it. The heart is a lonely hunter. In the town there were two mutes, and they were always together. Luxury homes in Oniria. Yovian Chronicles. Cost of living in Oniria. The real estate bubble and the powers it desires. Cosmos. Out of Africa. Secret of the Rounders. What does this mean? Lies. The circle does not exist. House on the borderland. The Rounders' name comes from the belief in the circle, not because they make surveillance rounds watching over Palace of Desire's citizens. They are called Rounders because the circle is round. I didn't expect to be quite so many books. Punk girl. On trial day. Rounders headquarters. Suzakavara Library. The Evil Neighborhood. Triple Star Barracks. Egyptian Neighborhood. Venice. Oriental District. Seven Sewers. Habu Zoo. Arena Weavers. Alchemy. 6th edition. Great Tavern. Invocations. The New Sphere. Duration. Arena programming. Gnosis. Shamanism. Chronicles of the Impossible. Home of the Cid. Lazarillo Eponymous. Oliver Twist. David Copperfield. Emma. How to Train Your Dragon. Latera and I. Neverwhere. Around Oniria in 80 days. Stardust. Gulliver's Dreams. Why I Hate Porcelain. A long story. It all probably began when I was trapped in the Carnival of the Cursed. The first time I noticed it was after my cursed proposal to Elaine Marley. But I felt very much at ease using the porcelain cups, even though I wanted a big whoop. That is a Guybrush Threepwood Monkey Island reference. Yeah, exactly. 100 Years of Solitude. Love in the Time of Cholera. The Interpretation of Dreams. Gardening and Emotional Well-being. Old Memories of Peter Pan. I was Donald Duck. Shield Board for Dummies. Lord of the Caboo. Not yet all of them. The Werewolf, but 2 and a bit hours worth. 10th edition. I got a bleep bloop. One of our own. You've read over 700 books. Is that it? I don't have to read them all. Okay. Isn't this Marco, the founder of the Eternal Scarf? The very same. To hell with the ugly. Empire Builders. There might be some more clues, so we'll just quickly go through. Cigarettes, the imagined land. Also, there might be a clue. The Grand Caboo Grimoire. Okay, What those Great Wave kids are doing with the Kaboo is outrageous. How can the original dream creatures end up on a leash and eating feed? We are convinced that the director will soon release them all. Could D'Souza do that, Santos? In practice, yes. The director of the Grand Library is a powerful man. However, why would someone that lives and breathes Oniria do that? I'm not going to reread them. I'm just reading the rest. I've only got a little bit of a shelf left. Maybe he's had enough of the new blood from the Great Wave. Believe me, many can't stand the newbies, but D'Souza rises above. Dreams here in total isolation in the Wakelands. They're a family with no interest in anything occurring outside their own walls. Do you think his son gets along with those from the Great Wave, and that's why they are at odds? Junior doesn't feel at ease in Oniria, that's obvious. It's something that often happens to rich families in a Wakeland. Most of them don't even believe that Oniria really exists. Sure, the Great Wave is mainly comprised of poor people from the Wakelands. They are largely refugees that lost everything during the floods. They come to Oniria looking for a second opportunity in their lives. Unfortunately, it doesn't take them long to realize Oniria is not the land of their dreams. History of the Palace of Desires. Wheel of Time! Currently rereading that again. Compendium of the Triple Star Degrees. I've been to Seven Sewers a couple of times when chasing a suspect, and I'd say it's the most dangerous place in the Palace of Desires. At least it's not read every single book, because I'm sure I've missed a few. The South. 2 more weeks. Alice's Adventure in Wonderland. The Pillow Book. Memories of a Mercenary. Half-Baked Cake. Monument. Sewers. Prince Dethroned. I'm not expert in child psychology, but I'd say that a younger sibling isn't the only thing to make a child feel sidelined and start being naughty. Are we not like children to the director too? It can't have been easy for Junior to see that his father only lives and dreams for books. What's strange is that the boy isn't more involved. It's part of the family tradition, right? Yes, besides the library only has one part in a Wakeland and another in Oniria. Generations, the D'Souza family has secretly safeguarded knowledge. I've had lucid dreams on both sides of the Oniric border. However, Junior was raised among the chaos of the Great Wave. He considers entering Oniria as something that the poor do. Yeah, typical rich kid problems. Bing! Bonsai. Scale of Maps. Huntress. That is by Brandon Summerson. As is Warbreaker. Shadow of the Wind. September Lights. Dream of Dorian Gray. Interesting. Don Quixote of the Robo Wilderness. Dream and the Desire. Miriam Prejudice. Little Dreamers. Oniria Dick. To Kill a Dreamer. Breakfast in Oniria. The 21st edition of the Tavern. I'm always astounded by how visionary some books can be. It's all in the words. And The Handmaid's Dream. Okay. Oh, hello, I missed the entire shelf. The 8 Eyes of Gordon. Singing on the Boat. Attila's Party. Gone Within the Dream. America. Oops. Murder on the Oniria Express. They're talking about you here. I met Agatha on the Oniria Express. That's where it all began. Sure, as if I would believe that you're over 100 years old. Interesting. Belle of Arena. It only rains when I go out. Mogwai! 5 Dreams with Mario. Count of Montenegro. Search of Lost Time. For a long time, I went to bed early. Alright. Saw one just since it's Zazio in the metro or something. In a strange way. Reader's wife. Yellow flower. Castle. Mention of morale. Oh, it was a modern girl. Oniria Mountains. Zazio in the metro. Bartleby, the scrivener. I saw one down here somewhere-ish. Cup of tea! Okay. Lock Enigma. Okay, there's a secret achievement. I don't know what that is. Okay, and now got my cursor stuck. Damn it! Oh! Wasn't trying to break the game. That was the one, but now I seem to have broken it. Great. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick tea break, and yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do because I didn't mean to break it. I was just looking at achievement. So I'll be right back. You see, that's the thing, Dan. There isn't a save button. I don't know whether it auto-saves or what. So I could have just lost that 2.5 hours of reading books. Or it could have saved it part way. And I got the achievement, but who's to say what the evidence is, you know. Because it could just, yeah, have completely caborked everything. It's a slightly buggy game. Yeah. No, she killed herself. So we'll see in a minute whether it remembers or whether it, you know, because I can skip the dialogue. I might get some achievements for solving the case for this one, but yeah. So the answer is I don't know. I read your report, Inspector Torres. I appreciate how delicately you handled this case. My conclusions... Yeah, okay, but I got the answer right. So, yeah. Correct hypothesis. 5 out of 6. I mean, I've gotten it solved before, but I guess I need to have 6 out of 6 to solve it. So we'll just skip that. Skip this. Just hopefully get back, and hopefully it has saved all the stuff we looked at. I don't know how the autosave works. Did I say hi, Mr. Coolness? If I didn't, I'm sorry. So I'm missing 1 clue in this, which means I'm missing like a combination of objects. But yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know who did it here either. Probably him. So yeah, moment of truth after this one. Oh good, you found a stall. Awesome. I can probably spare a comfy cushion. Bit threadbare, but you know. I saw, so I checked on how far how you'd done. Too many connections. Yeah. Nope. Still unsolved, as I'm not getting my things right. Okay. Here we are, as we agreed. Right. Now we'll see whether it puts me mid-case or whether I start again. Oh, good. It auto-saves, thankfully. Open damn door. It's a magic door. Oh, but we may have to solve this again. Will let me. It's not letting me solve it. Great. Ah, no, but it remembers that I solved it. Oh, good. Whew. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit of a buggy game. Transparent things. Look at the P. Oh yes, the Book of Tea was the last one I looked at, so it's pretty much Midnight Palace. It's pretty much remembered all of the ones that I looked at, which is good. Chronicle of Death Foretold. I'm sure there's another one, but it wasn't what the achievement was for. Oh, Moby Dick. Ah, Star Wars Palpatine's Attraction, the erotic novel. Hopscotch, Advanced Onomatopoeia, and Sorcery. Spider-Man, the complete works. Okay, Knights. Bartleby, the Scrivener. Okay. There's something about... Ah, electronic lock. So mysterious. Alright. Okay, so 6-digit combination starts with whatever that old man said. The mystery of the door can only be solved by thinking like someone who doesn't know maths. Is the thing that it says. And then remember the code for the electronic lock. So 2451. 2451. And then there was the website, which says only the circle seeker will pass. And it's got some clues. 305035 is 2. 128530 is 3. I don't know what some of these mean. Assuming it's some kind of sequence. 2451. It's an X. An upside down table. There's no 0 on it, so. No. OniriaCrimes.com/secrets/keyhole. I'm assuming they're clues. Let's see if I can copy. Paste into the chat in case anyone wants to have a look. Yeah, but I only got them on my phone, so I've got to figure out how to get to my chat on here. Alright, that's the link. And the screenshot I took from the old man thing was... I never remember the code for the electronic drawn on the door, so I'll note the first 4 digits down here. 2451. And then the clue says, unorthodox methods, thinking like someone that doesn't know math. And I've got 2 digits to find. See what the hint says. Solve the great magic door mystery to find the code. Enter a 6-digit sequence in order. That's the last thing we've got before we try and convict someone. Oh, crap. You see, I was one of the first people to solve one of these. You know, the one with all the little... I don't know. It says we need to pretend to be someone who doesn't know maths. You know the one we were doing with all the little guild logos? I was the first person to get that achievement on TA. Not that TA is updated to say that, but seeing as I'm the only one that's won it... The secret of the door has been discovered by other people, but I think going through the door... Two people have solved it, so it is solvable. The achievement, I believe, is called the Circle Enthusiast. Problem is when it's supposed to be like one of those you can disregard shit and it's easy, I tend to overthink it. You think it's the number of circles in the digits themselves. Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So 305035 is 2 circles. 128530 has 3 circles. 23056, yeah. So Number of holes. So yeah, 2. So then the answer for that one is 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 2, 4, 2, 4, 5, 1. What did I say? 2? No. 1. No, just 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Counted wrong somewhere. Yes, well done, Leaky. Well, I've put in that, and it doesn't seem to have done anything. 2, 4, 5, 1, 4, 4. Unless this thing just hates me. Usually these things just go, yes, you've solved me. Ah, yeah. It just gotten stuck, I think. There we go. Well done, team. Or should I say, well done, everyone but me, because I didn't get that. Door open! I must say, I didn't think you were able to get out of here. Please leave with my blessing. Yay, Valiki. What are we supposed to... Oh, are we supposed to be doing that thing? Because... No, you helped. Yeah, exactly. So the butler left the library. Doesn't really respect books. Was in the library. Has the agility of youth. I think he's guilty. He wants to rescue his father or has the agility of youth. I think that's the relevant one. Don't know why. That keeps on becoming deselected. I don't know if it's relevant that I haven't found the highlighted bits. I think that was relevant then. Okay, let's just try and solve this. What do you mean no conclusions? Okay, the buggy parts of this game is annoying. I concluded. There we go. Whether or not we'll get credit for it, because I probably futzed up a conclusion, but I think we probably got most of the clues there. Ah, good, we're done here. Arrest the main suspect and let's get back to headquarters. Okay, later. Let's be serious, Inspector. We can't keep the suspect under arrest with what we have. To be honest, with so many books, we know the one of them is the pirate's accomplice, but we can't show who or why. There's nothing else for it. We'll have to go back to the library to find our missing clues. Fine, are you driving? So we got all the clues. We missed 6 books by the looks of it. We got all the clues, we just didn't get the right hypothesis. So because we didn't get the right hypothesis, we didn't win the case. But I'm fairly certain the son did it. I just, don't know why for the other ones. That's the problem with this, is there's not really a good thing. So it's like, you can figure out who it is, but if you don't have the correct hypothesis, then it doesn't count, which is annoying. But hey, we got all the clues, so, when it makes me go through this thing again. Oh, well, buddy boy, you don't know the trouble you got yourself into. Causing the power outage to slip past the library's security system is an attack on the Palace of Desires. I know nothing about the power outage. See, it was the sun. But I'm sure you know that stealing a book from the library violates the Scarlet Pacts. We might be able to stop you from being sent directly to prison if you tell us who your accomplice is. I know nothing. With the name Jon Snow. They can't say we didn't try. Inspector, send him to the turnkey. Wait, just let me think. I'm not sure, but I think he said something about taking the first train to the coast. Here, Santos, purple alert, quick. Activate protocol 181 on the Oniria Express. Yeah, so the conclusions, I have no idea, but we got most of the clues and nearly had all of the conversations. Well, we got all of the clues and nearly had all of the conversations, so... yeah. But there was a lot of books in that library. Right, hopefully these other cases won't take quite as long. Murder on the Oniria Express. Ah, here's the conductor. Are you the Rounders? I was expecting you. Good morning, Detective Santos and Inspector Torres at your service. What's the current situation? The train has been sealed off since we got word from Rounders headquarters. We're running as slow as possible and have warned that the train will be delayed. Scorched Forest is the next scheduled stop. I'm happy that the Oniric isolation system worked. Of course, the Oniria Express takes pride in complying with the protocols when needed. Our suspect is a middle-aged man, tall, dark-haired, with a beard. At least one first-class passenger could fit that description. I can show you his seat, however, I must tell you something terrible first. I'm afraid things took a trickier turn since we left Palace of Desires. I know that, Dan, but, when the game keeps on crashing and not letting me pick clues and throwing me out and resetting my conclusions, it's hard. And especially because, you know, it's like, well, what am I, you know, my things could have proved it, and I got half of them right. It's just a case of what other stuff, are we backing up the fact that the other people didn't do it, or that they also did crimes, or what? So, yeah. What happened? On visiting the compartments to warn about being sealed off, I found 2 dead passengers in this car inside their compartment. 2 passengers? Who are they? The triple star election candidate and her electoral assist. It's getting worse by the minute. Relax, Inspector. No one can enter or exit the car other than us. This means the guilty party is still here. If it were the pirate, we'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I admire your cool head, Detective. Conductor, we need every detail on who is travelling in this car. Of course, come with me, please. This is the compartment used by the candidate and her companion. We just passed compartment A, reserved for Miss Jade. Compartment C is next, used by Mr. Fike. He could be the person you're looking for, given your description. I asked both passengers to remain in their compartments. I'll be at the end of the corridor should you need me. Fine, let's get started. Let's analyse the crime scene first. We'll focus on solving the double murder. Something tells me it will lead us to the pirate. New crime scene. Okay, so that's up and down. Okay, so candidate's corpse. Body is lying on its left side. Wow, she is unbelievably beautiful. Focus, Taurus. I would say she's been dead for an hour given the colour of the lips and skin. So she was killed before the sealing off protocol was activated. You can see thumb-shaped bruising on the throat, signaling strangling. Bleh. Itchy eye. Killer probably wanted to get off the train at the scorched forest stop. Well, at least we solved the first case and on video, so I've got a record of what the answer was. So, you know. I don't know. With that last one, I feel like we should have been able to solve it. Because we've got all the clues. 7 for each person, just, you know. I didn't pick the right one, sorry. My eyes have just suddenly gone really freaking itchy. Oh. Sorry, I just realised I didn't take my tablets earlier. Okay, there's a glass. We all have our obsessions. The conductor likes serving 1 glass for each traveller, even though only one asked for a drink. I see right through him. Totally crucial and insightful about the suspect's mental state. Are you really going to write that down? Well, it might be relevant. Candidate's diary. My last speech against the Kaboo was a success. I'll have to expel them all when I'm Scarlet Dreamer. Even my IntelliDoggy. What a pity. What a coincidence to meet my nephew on the train too. Poor thing had so many political aspirations and he ended up a conductor. Maybe our family should have supported him more. Interesting. What snob? Scarlet Dreamer? That's the title they chose for the Palace of Desire's presidency. So the Triple Star is pushing a hard line against the Kaboo? Tiberius has always been very suspicious of Oniria's native inhabitants. However, I didn't expect the candidate to focus her campaign on it. Kaboo Foundation members must be fuming. Are there any other inoffensive Kaboo apart from IntelliDoggies? There are all kinds of Kaboo. Some are impossible to distinguish from a dreamer. Many of them are inoffensive. I can't see the conductor supporting that racist line, to be honest. That's probably why his family didn't support him. He isn't cut out for politics. He's also related to the candidate. I think that's very relevant. Small pink suitcase. I don't usually trust strangers, but that bearded one was a real gentleman. He was kind enough to carry me and place me in the luggage rack, very delicately. Men like that few and far between now. I have my own theory about this over-friendliness. Brags about his strength with female baggage. Now that's a sentence and a half. Gathered curtains. The conductor is one of the best on the Oniria Express. He's always attentive of travellers' needs. When he came and restocked the minibar and realised the lady was worried about being recognised from outside, he moved us so she was hidden from view. That or was very much aware that she was the candidate? How wouldn't he know? Her face has been plastered all over Palace of Desires. Dirty ashtray. Before kicking the bucket, the analyst was telling the candidate about squabbles he had with another passenger. Apparently, a magic fist anarchist instantly blew her top. I was going to say that Jade sounded familiar. It's the alias of one of the most short-tempered magic fist anarchists. The ideal profile for a murderer detective. Chair. Analyst's corpse. Oh no. Let's see, the body is bent over on itself, the head is resting on the table. No rigor mortis, so he died less than 3 hours ago. Look at his neck, Inspector. Strange marks that could indicate murder by manual strangulation. Large, heavy suitcase. I first noticed it when we passed on the platform. Palace of Desires. Seeing such an elegant briefcase in such fine leather is unusual. Shame it had a bearded owner. Don't think I'll ever get used to aneric objects talking as if we're completely the norm. Especially when they complement each other. Safe! I don't have the best views of the compartment, but good enough to make it my favourite hobby. As the saying goes, tell me which shoes you wear and I'll tell you who you are. So, when I see some women's ankle boots, I bet that the owner is moody and stubborn. Another retivism casualty. Turns out that characterizing people by their shoes is paraphilia now. Give it time. Okay. Minibar! Politicians are my best customers. They clear me out several times on each trip. This one was no different. The conductor had to restock all the drinks. Real luscious, buddy. This gave the conductor the opportunity to commit the murders. What motives would he have? Occupational stress? Suspicious liquid. A poison drink is a classic, so I'll tell you my secret formula. I contain calcium, sodium, iron, manganese, some hydrogen, a bit of oxygen, 600 milligrams of bicarbonate to aid digestion. Take a sample so doctors won't go contested in the lab, Inspector. Xanthos is carbonated water. Your notes are improving all the time, Inspector. I love the humorous tone you use to sum up the witness statements. One does what one can, Detective. I try to highlight the most important details in order to generate a hypothesis. Good idea. Makes it easier to choose the 2 clues that frame or clear the suspect. That's the idea, but sometimes things don't seem to fit. In that case, we have to carry on investigating and look at the statements more closely. Remember, our goal is to find the Oniria Express killer. We'll arrest the pirate once we've cleared up this mystery. Fallen glass. The facts are crystal clear. The conductor served me, and now the hand that held me hangs from my lifeless arm. And the head that's going to drink me is flat against the table. It's clear as water. Well, I didn't smell anything strange on the corpse. Doesn't smell strange in the compartment either. Never trust your sense of smell while you dream, Inspector. Oh, wow. The glass accused the conductor. But he was strangled. I helped you. You sure you didn't hear or see anything strange? Well, I'll level with you. I just had an emergency. I had emergency just before the ceiling off. Don't go anywhere. It's pre-bed walkies. Well, I'm going to probably do another hour. Or you get the wet carpet. Fair enough. Yeah, I reckon I'll be another hour. I definitely want to finish this case. We'll see how long that takes. Type of emergency, do you mean? The type you drop into the bowl in the jar. More like a very suspicious type, Doctor. Okay. Passengers travelling from the Palace of Desires prefer to get off through my door. Nothing weird about that. When you can travel through such a large and ever-changing city for hours, why would you want to visit other destinations? Nothing is more interesting than the Oniric megapolis. Oniria Express by day and subway by night? Streetcar than subway. Sure, 366 of the Oniria Express routes runs through the city. Detectives, the passenger in compartment C has not crossed my threshold since we left Palace of Desires. The type of traveller that doesn't even spend 1 alien in the restaurant car. Privileges of the prosperous. You can ask the conductor for anything first class. He's probably innocent then. Compartment. Oh. Travellers going to Lobster's Cove get off through my jams. That's the perfect place for trapping small nightmares. The white sand spreads for countless kilometres, following gentle dunes. A line of palm trees and thatched houses adorn an idyllic night landscape beyond. Both beautiful and terrifying. Look, Detective, one thing is clear. The passenger in compartment A didn't leave during the trip, not even to go to the restroom. Maybe there is some way of committing virtual oniric strangling? There is, but not everyone can conjure up that type of sorcery. So we'll need to find out if Miss Jade is up to it. Interesting. No one left their compartment. But we can go in. The anarchist. Don't look at me like that. I haven't left this compartment and I'm really not sure what's going on. Did you not hear anything strange? Other than the horrible clattering of the train. I see that. I see that the Magic Fist is members well trained. Police accusing the Magic Fist without any evidence. What a surprise. We aren't the police, we are rounders. That's even worse. The evidence will tell us if you had something to do with what happened here, Miss Jade. And I don't think you can look past a member of your guild taking out a cyborg last night. Ah. So I was right there, I just got the conclusions wrong as well. Don't remind me. That schmuck has already been expelled and handed over to the authorities. Magic Fist doesn't support violence, don't be mistaken. We can't avoid some kids from the Great Way joining a guild thinking that anarchy means destruction. It doesn't? Since when? Anarchy is based on no one ruling anyone. It has nothing to do with destruction. The Magic Fist supports a peaceful transition to Oniria's origins. You have too many violent members in your ranks to be so peaceful. Who are we to give them orders? We just expel them from the guild if they commit a crime. I can't stand these people. It's just one type of political philosophy, Inspector. Oniria Times. Number 335. Friday, December 14th, 2021. Requiem for a Geisha. Showing clear signs of violence, the inert corpse of Ms. Xiang was found in the Ritz suite where she usually stayed while on tour. After finding a suicide note... Oh, I didn't find the suicide note. That's probably why I couldn't prove that crime. Where to look for it. After finding a suicide note, authorities have ruled out the possibility of murder, but the editorial of this newspaper is unconvinced by the conclusion. Why would the famous geisha sacrifice her inert consciousness, even jeopardizing her existence in a wakeland? We'll soon unravel the dark conspiracy masked by this timely suicide. Power outages and passive desires. The causes and extent of the damage deriving from the momentous power outage are still unknown. Magic Fist anarchists with their anti-election stance are the initial suspects. And theft in the Grand Library. Run by the Susa Carvello family for generations, the impregnable library was raided last night during the power outages that caused chaos across the city. Despite investigations taking place under a veil of secrecy, our intrepid reporter, April Letterman, managed to uncover that an ancient grimoire is linked to this unusual crime. The Carvellos refuse to make any statements at present. What does the stolen book really contain? Is it still safe to dream in Oniria? We'll keep you informed. I still can't believe that all this happened in just one night. Remember that time stretches and contracts in strange ways in Oniria. Do you think that the three cases are linked? Yes, because Miss Xiang's suicide was provoked by the pirate's actions. Sorry to interject in such an interesting discussion. I would like to clarify that the Magic Fist had nothing to do with the power outage. You sure about that, Miss Jade? Do you know everything about what your guild members do? Can I have the newspaper back? I bought it. Sorry. But I need to read all the newspapers. Partially closed curtains. We can't stand it when a passenger travelling alone uses us asymmetrically. Anyway, what kind of snob closes the curtain to read? One who wants to be able to see what they're reading. You ever dreamed about curtains, Inspector? Not that I recall. People worried about maintaining their privacy always dream about closed curtains. Something tells me the Oniria Express curtains may be our best witnesses. Well, now that you can see there's nothing to hide in here. Oh! Scorched suitcase. What could you expect from a newbie with a lack of self-control? We're passing the candidate on the platform and my owner's fist ignited. She makes me hot. I'm giving off sparks every day I go out. I doubt that someone so inept could murder the candidate. Really? I think she's the ideal killer. Hey, I'm here. Did you forget? You're disappointed by the lack of my Scottish accent when you play games. Oh dear. Oh dear. cool ashtray. I've seen many magic fish sassies left lighting a cigarette with her finger. They think they're cool, but I must acknowledge this chick was classy. It wouldn't surprise me to learn she was one of the guild masters. I wouldn't really trust the statement of an ashtray in first class. Why is an anarchist travelling in first class? This was the only seat left. May I ask the reason for your journey? A vacation. I think we're probably good on this one. You were bored, so you ordered in a cheesecake. I'm fairly certain that's not good for you. Oops. But, I mean, you know, I'm not going to argue with cheesecake because I do like cheesecake. What type of cheesecake, I guess, is the question. Talk to the bearded dude first. Good, nothing to say. That sounded a bit suspicious, sir. Extra strawberries. Does that make it better? Is that what you sent me the picture of? Doesn't like his cheesecake. Wait, Taurus. We might meet again. We meet again, Mr. Fake. Yes, that is also a thing. Yes, it's all come back to me now that I see your face. I would definitely remember if I'd have been involved with you, Ginger. Deny stealing the heart of Orpheus? I'm not one for falling in love. Maybe you find it easier to recall the attempted murder of Miss Tiang. I don't know the lady, and I have never seen her, not even in dreams. Listen, I don't care about your motives, but I won't let you endanger Palace of Desires. Cheesecake and a Terry's chocolate orange milkshake? Getting these things from? Your dear palace is infested with... Ahem. I got nothing to say, and you got no evidence against me. I wouldn't be so sure. To start with, we're going to look into whether you're involved in what went on here. The terrain is sealed off, so you couldn't escape even if you tried. Don't make things harder, Mr. Fike. I don't like skinny chicks like you talking to me as if they know what they're talking about. Oh, he's a misogynist as well. Wonderful. Can we just arrest him on principle? Show me more respect, scum. Inspector, that's enough. He kind of looks like the pirate from the first case. For some reason, the anarchist's eyes are bleeding off her face. We thought he was going to have a nap when he closed us, after he bolted the door and stood in the dark. New form of meditation? A victim of rail travel motion sickness? I'm reckoning some kind of secret passage. Study of Kaboo. Ah, I found the book! Restricted knowledge. Recovered the study of Kaboo. They should never remove me from the Scarlet Room. I'm a real hazard. Well, well. Inspector, am I hearing things, or did that book just report its own theft? That's what I thought too, Detective. You're wrong. That book was already there when I got here. So you won't mind me keeping it, then? Not at all. I already finished it. Really boring. Pack of peanuts. Passenger was gripped by a terrible nightmare after closing the curtains. He moved his accents and clasped his sparkling hands as if he wanted to strangle an imaginary enemy. That really resembles an arena spell. What do you mean? Nice. Why were you in Burton? Ow! My phone just dropped on my arm. I thought you were at work. Or did they deliver? Awesome. I've never been there. I mean, obviously I've been to Burton Station. I've never seen the sweet shop near it. Though to be fair, mostly when I'm going to the station, I'm getting picked up. What do you mean? That our killer may be before us. You're really going to believe a bag of peanuts? You rounders are plummeting to new depths. You'll clutch at anything that fits your theories. Shut your trap. Your way up shit creek without a paddle. That's an awesome sentence, though. Ugh. People don't know the difference between an ashtray and a bin when they get on a train. Why is it so difficult to understand that we are butt specialists? Enough already, man. The ashtray is so angry. With good reason. There's something else other than ash in there. Get it out and we'll take a look. Don't you feel ashamed about rummaging through someone else's trash? Ooh, hello. It's a map of Palace of Desires. Can't think how this may be of use to us. Let's keep looking. Each square on the map shows the name of the district and where it was originally. It can be swapped by clicking on 2 different squares. Each square needs to be put into its correct position. Palace of Desires and Conciliation Avenue districts are always in the same place, so they can be used as a marker for placing. If you're not sure about a district, leave it until last. Long Bridge in the far northeast. Palace of Desires, Conciliation Avenue. Scarlet Park. Region to the east of the Palace of Desires. South of the financial district. Location between a park and a lake. East of the Stairmaker's Guild. North of the Palace of Desires. Rounders, Conciliation Avenue, Long Bridge, and the train station. That's Long Bridge. Where's the train station? North of Blomy. Palace of Desire Central Station. Next to Akibara. Okay, so next to. It's one either side of that. Immediately north of the cemetery. Next to Akibara. Okay, so these two might be the other way around. Region to the west. There we go. West of the Oriental District. Conciliation in the train station. Far northwest of the city. North of the cemetery. West of the Scarlet Park. Kabuzu and Lake of Desires. West of the cemetery. North of Blomy. Okay. And there's the park. Chocolate concrete with pink custard. Are you looking at the shop in Burton? I have chocolate orange that I gave myself for Christmas. East of Scarlet Park. Okay. So let's just stick it there for now. South of the Finance. East of the Stairmakers. Alright, that can't be moved. Okay. Next to the Magic Fist suburbs. Next to Akibara. Okay. Collector's Gold. It just says next to. Be there. Longbridge and the train station is there. Longbridge and the train station. Sublime, South of Finance. Park and a lake. Where's the lake? Okay. Opposite the Church of the Circle. Okay. Sorcerer's Gold. You get there from Longbridge. Okay. So that makes sense. Between Kaboo Zoo and the Lake of Desires. What does it mean opposite? As in, the Church of the Circle is between Conciliation Avenue and the train station. Okay. It's got to be there then. Kaboo Zoo and the Lake of Desires, east of Scarlet Park. That's Scarlet Park. Okay, so these ones I'm fairly certain about. Stairmakers, north of Blomey. Went to laugh at Blomey. Conciliation. East, okay. Conciliation, Church of the Circle. So east of Stairmakers and north of Blomey. So those two might be the wrong way round. But probably not, because that's next to Rounders Headquarters and Conciliation. West of Oriental. West. Park and a lake. Oh, yeah. We haven't got enough room. Got enough room. Unless. No. I don't even know what tomorrow morning is. So I don't know, is the answer. I was kind of hoping that the roads would match up, but. Between. I don't know what opposite means particularly. There seems to be one lake. I mean, possibly. I don't know what I was planning on going for a walk at some point. And I need to fix my Hoover. It needs its battery putting in. Have I put the Oriental District down anywhere? Yes, there we are. Oriental District. West of the Oriental District is this one. It's fine. I mean, I've had Bob for 3 years, and this is the second battery change. It's not bad. Oh, yeah. Sure, I can do that. South of Financial District. Have I put the Financial District in yet? West. So financial. Where was it? It just said it wanted the Financial District. Okay. South of Financial District, west of the Oriental District. In Longbridge and the train station. Train station can't move. Plaza Desires, Conciliation, Scarlet Park can't move. Is it the Church of the Circle? Between Conciliation and the train station, to the south of the Financial, to the east, maybe to the west. So I'm fairly certain about this. Taboo, Zoo, and the Lake of Desires. East of Scarlet Park. Opposite the Church of the Circle. Okay. No, that's fine. I can help. No worries. I mean, I don't have anything in my calendar. Just thinking what time I'm going to be awake-ish. Probably like 10, 11. North of, west of the cemetery. Cemetery between a park and a lake. Okay, so the west of the cemetery. Okay. East of the Stairmaker's Guild. North of there. East of the Stairmaker's Guild. North of the hang on. Does it say immediately north? North of the park. Rounders headquarters and Conciliation. Oh, there we go. Oniric cartographer. Figured it out. And we've got some random things there. Great. Now we have yesterday's map of the Palace of Desires. Let's see. B2 is Opera Theatre District. That was when I was attacked. I got nothing to do with that, Ginger. A3 is the electroneric station. Wasn't that the source of the power outage? That's what Dr. Swengo concluded, yes. F3 would be the Searchers Guild alleys. The time matches the librarian's son's statement. And the Sentinel train station is the last reference. The departure time of the Oniria Express. I expected the roads to match up a bit better, I have to say on that one. So we have a common thread for all these crimes. Solving the double murder on the Oniria Express is the current priority. Wouldn't you agree, Detective? Well said, Inspector. Bing bong. But we do have a map. Briefcase. Hello? Ah, well, that's like my notebook. It's just a regular notebook. What terrible writing, sir? Bad writing isn't a crime. There are some notes. They look like coordinates or something. Oh, we did that backwards then. What they look like is none of your business. Give me that. Not so fast. We aren't done with you. I like doing Overcooked solo, and I did everything in the first game solo except for World 6, which was beyond my ability to do solo. So Daisy helped me with that. But it does take a little bit of adjusting too. Okay, do we have enough evidence for things? Innocent. Obsessed about things being in order, friendly and thoughtful. I don't know whether that's going to match. Okay. Guilty. Strange things after closing the curtains. Map coordinates are linked to previous cases. Innocent. Blows her top. Did not leave her compartment. I think we've got... we might be missing a clue. Apparently we missed a suicide note, which would have been the most important thing. And... hang on. There we go. Analysis agenda. Tasks for today. Edit the speech for tonight's rally at Lobster Coast. Reserve the special edition of Oniria. Note, I'm not happy about seeing that fist anarchist on the platform at all. I hope she doesn't cause us any trouble. I have the feeling that the magic fists are blamed for too many sins. You're right. Most of their stigmas are propaganda. That doesn't take away from the fact that their guild is the most conflictive and criminal. They don't get on great with a triple star either. Not at all. They're like oil and water. There we go. I think now we have all the clues. I think there's 21 clues in each. I haven't really looked. So, if we're going to solve this, we know it's this dude. So he did strange things. Map coordinates are linked to previous cases. I don't know whether that's relevant. The anarchist didn't leave her compartment. Blows her top whenever she sees someone from Triple Star. That's important. Just about things being in order. Friendly and thoughtful young man. Suspicious liquid is mineral water. Friendly. Oh, no. Friendly and thoughtful. Okay. We're gonna try. Oh, for crying out loud! I literally just selected the conclusions for the conductor. Stupid, buggy game. But also, I like this game. Solve. Let's be professionals, Inspector. Everything we have about the double murder is circumstantial. I can't refute that, but we have enough evidence to arrest the pirate. We may not be able to accuse him of this crime, but we know he attacked Mrs. Tiang. And Junior can testify to being his accomplice on the theft of the study of Kabul. That should be enough to hold him for now. Agreed, that's what we'll do. Dodgson and Little are waiting for us at the next station. We'll take him to Rounder's headquarters for interrogation. We got everything except for... We got all the testimonies and all the clues. First time. But we did not get the correct hypothesis. Damn. But that means if I do that replay on it, I've got a good chance of getting the gold or whatever it is. Oh well. It's just hard for me to draw conclusions. Just, you know. Okay, so this is the final case. I want to at least fit it in so we've got the puzzles in here. Oh shit. That's not good. What was that? The pirate escaped. He's going into the forest. Come on. We lost him. We'll split up. Dodgson, you come with me. I actually may have said a good a chance. Damn, that gutless swine took out Dodgson and Little. But who the hell is the pirate, and why does he have magic powers? He's definitely an Oniria pioneer. Oh, maybe he's that dude that disappeared, the scarf guy. Those from the Great Wave don't know how to channel Arena that way. That's for sure. He's more dangerous than I thought. I asked headquarters for backup, but I don't know if they'll get here in time. We'll have to get going. Something tells me that he isn't far from achieving his goal. Where will he have escaped? Where will he have escaped to? Let's investigate the scene to pick up his trail. We need to hurry up. It's getting dark. Okay, so we're just going to do a very quick pause. I need a very brief bathroom break. This is the final case. So we're going to do this through so we get the puzzles on stream at least, and then figure out how to solve the damn cases. And what we're missing and all that. I can do that on my own time, I guess. I just really wanted the puzzles, so I've got something to refer to. If I have to do them again, because I probably will have to do them again. I'm not sure how the whole replay thing works. I don't think I can solve case 3 as yet, because the linky thing is broken. And you have to get like 100% to get the achievement, one of the achievements, so... If I'd have got the right conclusions on that last case, I'd have got 2 achievements. One for solving it and one for 100%ing it. Which I'm quite pleased with myself about. But yes, I'll be right back. Right, I am back. Horrific grammar aside. Okay, so... Yeah, so this is definitely designed for a mouse. I wonder if there's crossplay. Rude hedges. Oniric trekkers have rated the Scorched Forest paths by difficulty. They say that the coast path descends to the beach unpretentiously and is bleeping easy. Now I understand the rude thing. You're on the right path, don't go this way. Ah, coast path, easy and unpretentious. Centurion trees. We've been dreaming that we are trees for so long that we don't wake up anymore. How would a rodent help? What? What did I say now? Oh, a mouse, right. Because the navigation with the controller is less than ideal. That's how a mouse would help. And how do they eat? They'll be in one of those clinics that opened up in Awakeland. Like those for all sport training? Something like that. They put them on a drip and they don't wake up. Oh, that's kind of sad. Philosophical mushrooms! The Kabu festival took place the other day in the Dark Castle, held in honor of the brave princess who went against her bloodline for love. Nightmares from all across Oniria attended, and they caused so much chaos that the path no longer goes to the south. One of the classical Onieric geographical changes. You're getting a noob. Do the changes stick to that pattern? Palace of Desires regularly changes depending on whether it's day or night in Awakeland. For example, more neoclassical constructions usually occur when it's nighttime in Europe. Interesting. Are there ramen stalls too when it's nighttime in Japan? Of course. Okay, castle is not in the south path. Little's corpse. Oh dear. Look, Santos, Little's wound has a burn around the hole. Yes, it's an arena beam wound. I've seen one before. Very intriguing, this pirate. He attacked us with a spherical vortex on the platform, and now he's using arena beams. If we hadn't seen his face on the Oniria Express, I would swear that we are facing Tiberius himself. But was missing an arm then. What's this? Dodgen has a hole in its heart, but not from a bullet. Maybe a beam hit him. Pirate is using hermetic magic. We have to watch our step. Halt, Dreammaker! The bastard that shot Dodge and escaped by the north path. Take me with you, I won't jam this time when I have him in my sights. So that's what happened. These single-action Onieric revolvers are pretty unreliable. But veteran rounders carry them out of pure nostalgia. I'm not surprised. It looks like the typical Yankee revolver used in the Wild Wild West. Yes, only that this shoots Z-waves that send you straight to prison. Just look at this relic. By the way, what's this north path it mentions? That's what we need to find out next. This way to Lobster's Coast. So this is where the course path starts, noted. If the pirate escaped this way, he may have left a trace. Placed rocks. Many moons ago, the stone giants leveled this path from the lost mines to the end of the forest. There they built a scarlet sanctuary to honor the Kabu and selected our sisters for the foundations. So there is a Kabu temple at the end of the scorched forest. So what's left of it. Legend has it that the IntelliDoggies designed it. Seem animals as the collector's pet? You are referring to what are probably the smartest nightmares of Oniria. They really are disturbing and very evasive. Still haven't managed to catch that little killer. Oh, we still haven't managed to catch that little killer. Laika, the red-armored one, descendant of the dominant breed of the Island of Nightmares. I'm wondering whether she has a greater role in this story. Altar path, okay. Junkie Pine. Having dreams as a plant is cool. I want to be a surfer in my next dream and spend hours catching the best waves on Lobster's Coast. Phew, I want to be a nine-tailed fox. And I want to be a cat. Doesn't everyone? Thanos 92F. Sono la migliore automatica in tutta Oniria. Il bastardo è fuggito verso nord. Se lo prendo, lo ammazzo. Only the best semi-automatic in all of Oniria. The bastard, he ran away to the north. When we find him, shoot him? Possibly? I don't know what ammazzo is, but the rest of it is Italian. And I know enough Italian to translate. Also, you know, yeah. A weapon dreamed by the one and only Pietro Beretta Ferragus, and capable of hitting any target within 50 meters. A lethal weapon? That's what Mel Gibson thought. Anyone would die if a full clip was emptied into them. Shame that Little didn't have time to shoot. A mistake that we can't allow to happen to us. Let's find the North Path and put an end to this once and for all. This way's to the Scorched Altar. Thanks, buddy, I'll note that down. Let's look for a sign that tells us that the pirate lives this way. Intellectual Pine. Do plants dream? I've always wondered that. Other than the curious case of the Tilianian, if as plants in an area are aeronauts that dream about being plants, do real plants dream? That's a good question for Jasmine. So, Tilianian are plants that dream. How nice. Wait, Jasmine isn't a tea plant's dream? How can you be so naive, Inspector? Select hedges. This is the most glamorous crossroad in all of the north, all of Scorched Forest crossroads. This is where the most select plant-loving aeronauts meet. We welcome red moon festivals, lovestick kaboo, zombie sheep, sparkling ghosts, and all types of oniric oddballs. These forest plants have a great time. You're still to see a Tiliani plantation too, you won't believe it. Quinquagenarian trees. How to identify the castle path. You'll know which way to go when you find an old wooden sign covered in moss. This way to the Dark Castle. This path takes us to the castle path. Are there any signs that the pirate fled this way? Castle is not in the south. Night has fallen on us. It makes the search more difficult. Cheer up, noob. You can use the regulation issue official rounder's torch for the first time. Plus, we have a bit of extra help from the arena luminescence. Let's hope it's enough. It will be, although we can only interrogate the objects we shine our torches on. It's going to be fun walking around in the dark looking for clues. And we'd better find them as soon as possible. Everything points to the pirate planning to invoke a supreme level kaboo. A lord of nightmares with the power to destroy the Palace of Desires. He really has gathered a strange collection of oniric relics for that purpose. Yes, although something tells me that he is going to need something more. What do you mean? Don't you think this type of ritual demands a bloody sacrifice? Oh, all-nighter hedges, huh? The castle path enters a sinister wasteland where fog is your worst enemy. Putrid bogs border a strip of land with cliffs on either side. You can only travel along it if you have mastered the art of flying in dreams. Fly in dreams? That's a walk in the park. You're optimistic, as if that was the only hazard. The last time I saw reference to a coast path, it was on an informative metal sign, with embossed with the unmistakable direction arrow they are known for. Isn't that shining thing on the cliff beyond the forest an altar? Many have heard of the Scorched Altar, but few have reached that cursed place. Scorched Altar? What a fascinating concept. Mysterious location that, according to legend, can only be found on nights when the Palace of Desire's moon turns red. Mushrooms. Legend has it that a princess crossed the forest to Dark Castle to meet her beloved. They had promised to meet at this crossroad before eloping together. He was an aeronaut, and she was a kaboo. Their fate was sinister and cruel. Look at that, oniric versions of Romeo and Juliet. That's it, Inspector. Why didn't I see it before? Well, what did I say? Romeo and Juliet, the pirate. Arturo Asaf. The aeronaut that loved a kaboo princess is the pirate. Tell me more, but a bit less frantically, please. Inspector, you might have heard of the Collectors Guild founder. One of 3 pioneers that created the guild system. There's a frog over there! Along with Tiberius. Now that you say it, I recall having seen an old photo in the workshop where the cyborg was fried. There were 3 guys. One was Tiberius, and the other wore a really tacky scarf. Mark Travellero, the founder of the Eternal Scarf. The third was Asaf. Well, he looked like a pretty normal guy, tall, brown-haired. And you reckon that he fell in love with a kaboo? I hope that you're not going to tell me that she was an IntelliDoggy next. No, her species was exterminated along with the Scarlet City. So the kaboo died? According to the Scarlet Songs. You should read them, it was terrible. All those who fought in that battle have gradually faded into the shadows. I would like to interrogate the frog, please. Thank you. So that's how I ended up after eating one of those lightning bugs. It was a stroke of luck too, as I can fulfill my destiny now. A seer once told me that I will grow hair when the coast path blends into the sea. Everyone knows that only happens at night. So the coast path disappears at night? Of course not. I hope that frog didn't pay for a prediction like that. As always, your notes will prove essential for the investigation, Inspector. I hope that they can shed some light on our search. Sure, we need all the information about the 3 paths before we decide. Once we are sure, we'll mark the 2 clues that indicate the path taken by the pirate. Copy that. We'll have to keep looking. If we don't find 2 clues that fit... Okay. Well, at least we know the guilty party, but yeah. Don't make it too hard on yourselves. Look for a Rainer Road of Milestone. That's where the altar path starts. Sparkling trees! No one can see them, but on the darkest nights, hundreds of zombie sheep travel the coast path, looking for some lost ghost to devour. They also eat any unsuspecting aeronauts they come across. Well, we are suspecting. We only have something to fear if we're unsuspecting. I have one of the best views of Oniria by night. The coast path looks like liquid silver when the Palace of Desire's giant moon reflects on the sea. Inspector, this pine has a broken branch. It could be a sign that someone passed through here. I still don't understand why, but everything looks clear at night. But, see, the thing is, the gun said north. Both guns said north. Being a tree is so cool. Wonderful views. And look! See what's at the end of the path. How amazingly terrifying. Well, I never noticed that this pine had a broken branch. Very observant, Inspector. The torch spotlight helps to focus on the details. They all have bloody broken branches by the looks of it. Lightning bugs! It happened a long time ago, or maybe just now. We, the sacred lightning bugs of the Scotch forest, were expelled from the dark castle whose terrifying silhouette is recognisable, even during the day. We'll never forget it. Time is but the space between our memories. Great. They quote Henry Frederick Amiel and then act as though nothing's happened. The writer has started using Google for our conversations. Twinkly trees! If you go along the altar path, you'll enjoy a beautiful walk among copper-coloured beech trees and crystal-clear streams, as long as it isn't nighttime. I'll note that down for next time. Owl! Oh, came for the same reason as me. To see the stars. Well, yes, it wouldn't do us any harm to observe the sky to get our bearings. Didn't we think of it before? Yes. It's not the same sky, I know. I don't know why it surprises me. You first have to find the North Star to get your bearings. Let's see, which is the Oniria pole star, Santos? No idea, I'm terrible when it comes to constellations. Ho, ho, it's time for Astronomy Cast. Look for the key to find more. Key. That looks like a key. Trident constellation can be seen alongside the Palace of Desires. Or is this the trident? Palace of Desires looks lovely from here. The monument, the city stinks. Well, I made a trident. I was sort of looking for a key. From 2 red stars that trace an imaginary line. Try to draw all the Oniria constellations. Follow the owl's instructions if you're not sure. Careful, maybe not everything he says is a clue. The soft drink constellation only has 4 stars. Solid constellation. I'm trying to make a trident over here, but I don't think that's right. Dragon's tail is close to the key. My bones sometimes hurt. I think it's the humidity. It's really hard selecting these stars, by the way. Wow. Well, it sort of looks like a key. I really don't know what I'm doing here. Aside from making pretty pictures. This be the trident? Anyone got this achievement? 2 people have got this achievement. There seem to be achievements related to the wrong path as well. This is really not very good for selecting things. Any ideas on... So it said something about the trident being next to the palace. Soft drink constellation only has 4 stars. And then Dragon's Tail being next to the key. Don't know if I'm getting any... It's not going to give me partial credit. These puzzles are all or nothing. Constellation of the Dragon coils over the nebula. Shit. Is this the nebula here? The anchor points to the north. Is this the anchor? No, I do not have any sunflower seeds. That looks like an anchor, right? Just one draw a trident, because it's not very helpful over here. Well, considering, you know, you've got colleagues that sleep half their shift and shit, I mean, you having a nap is a bad thing. I don't know. Exactly. If I'm supposed to draw this damn trident, I wish it was easier to select stars. I don't know if I know I should be able to connect 3 stars. Yeah, at least the other ones it's been like, well, there are sort of clues and it's not draw random shapes into sky. Especially when the random shapes are not very forthcoming. From this viewpoint, 6 stars don't belong to any constellation. Okay. I mean, the only one that could vaguely look like soft drink is this, but I'm still trying to make this one the trident, but it's really tricky and just looks wrong. I mean, that definitely looks like an anchor. There aren't any storm giants left. Humans stopped dreaming about them years ago and they vanished into the nothing. That sucks. Astronomy class. Look for the key to find an orb. I mean, I'm looking to draw an actual key, but I don't know whether that is a thing. I like the cake. Oh, you see, that looks like a trident. No. Thanks. The who really loudly really helps. Looks very much like an arrow. An anchor. Key somewhere. Or is the anchor the key? I think this might be the nebula. And there's apparently a soft drink constellation. And it's now 12:30. But if I leave it, then, you know, I'm so close to the end. And I'm not tired now, of course. Six stars don't belong in a constellation. It's really hard to match up this one under here, so... 4 stars belong to the soft drink constellation. Which I'm drawing in the shape of a can, but, you know, could be anything. Falls over the nebula. It's more like a galaxy to me, but... You mean this looks like the Milky Way? And that's a galaxy. So it looks like the Milky Way. This looks more like a nebula. But it could be this. I don't know at this point, Alkesh. I mean, I'm fairly confident that I've got the trident because that fits almost perfectly. And I'm happy with my anchor, but not 100% because there's 4 stars stuck in it. And that means that I've got to get most of the other stars connected. So the soft drink constellation has 4 stars. From this angle, 6 stars aren't part of any constellation. The dragon's tail curls over the nebula. The anchor points north. I mean, this is fairly literally pointing here. You know, this is north. The trident is near the tower, Palace of Desire, which is the red thing. I think it said the dragon tail was near the trident, but, you know, near is relative. And also we're looking for a key. I don't know whether it's a literal key or whether it's the fact that the anchor is pointing north. But this is like the one of the last puzzles. And unless soft drink has something else, I don't know. A soft drink would look like. But it only has 4 stars. Unless I'm going to draw a dragon as well, and my drawing skills aren't that good. You can't connect more than 3 stars onto 1 star. And it's really hard to select the stars sometimes as well. 3 connections seems to be the maximum. So that one is sort of cheating because it's going straight through. Whereas that one has 1 star. Is that a dragon, do you reckon? It's like a dragon? Well, I was thinking more this was the mouth, but sure. Need more clues, Mr. Owl. Owl is unhelpful. Yeah. The Trident constellation can be seen alongside the Palace of Desire. Well, I've got a very nice trident there. Yeah, the console port from PC is got freaking terrible interaction. It's a shame because it's a really good game. The soft drink constellation only has 4 stars. Is the trident in the right place or could it shift left? Well, I'm pretty pleased with actually how it looks. I don't think I could get it anywhere else because there can't be 4 stars connected to a 4. Yeah, some Xbox games do have keyboard mouse support. That is true. But I'm not plugging a keyboard and mouse into my console just to get a game to work. They should have tested it a bit better. I don't know what I'm trying to draw here. Sort of looks a little bit like a key. Well, that's still too many stars not connected to anything. Because I tried to get this to be the trident here, but it doesn't work. Well, I tried it. Honestly, Paul, I've been trying it. Here doesn't work because you can't connect 4 stars to this middle one. And if you just sort of plonk it down here, it doesn't really work. So I have tried that. This, I'm fairly confident with this trident. It looks beautiful. The anchor points to the north. I mean, I don't think I can get any more perfect than that. The top left. This, I've tried it like 70 times. This does not make a trident. That's the top left. Four stars as the handle. Okay, I can try. I mean, that, I suppose, works as a trident. I don't know what this is supposed to be. This is not good. No, that's fine. I mean, the dragon's tail could be like long. The dragon's tail is close to the key. I don't know. Is the key the anchor? And then where's this soft drink? It's just a way of cycling through the hints a little quicker. And I'm wondering if I should join up more stars over here. Not like that. Oh, for crying out loud. Look, stop ruining my anchor and just let me select the ruddy stars. You're about to turn your Xbox off for a month? Wow, why? Oh, I don't know. This is hard. You've played them all the games. That doesn't sound realistic. Alright, I'm gonna leave it up. I need the lure. Okay. Playing on PS5, fair enough. What does a soft drink constellation look like? Scalper should be banned. Like, neutered. Because it's just not an acceptable thing to do. If I knew that, I would have made it already. Is basically the thing. The owl keeps giving me hints. So the trident is alongside this tower thing. At least I think it's this tower thing. The dragon's tail curves over the nebula. The anchor points north. The soft drink constellation is only made up of 4 stars. 6 stars aren't part of any constellation, and the dragon tail is near the key. There, that's what I'm trying to do. It's like one of those puzzles with the grids, except that I don't have enough clues, and it's not obvious enough for me to just go, oh. Well, I mean, one that I thought was obvious was not, and Alkesh put me right, but I don't know whether the key is the literal key or the fact that the anchor... There is no guide. I've already done that. There is no guide. The game only came out at the beginning of the year. There's no guide up. There's no Steam guide. The beginning of the year, beginning of the month. Came out on the 3rd of December. It'd be better if the console port wasn't so bloody painful. But yeah, there's no guide. I looked. I mean, 2 people... okay, hang on. Let me just scan in properly. Okay, so I've not managed to solve anything except for the first case. I mean, I know who the perpetrators are, but I can't get the right thingy-majiggies, so I've not got any of the solving ones. Not that anyone's solved case 6 yet. I'm not even sure this is going to get... I don't think this is even case 6. I think this is a part before I get to case 6. Thanks to the host, OP. So there's a secret achievement which someone's gotten, I don't know. You have to solve all of the cases excellently, which no one's got. So, Astronomer Rounder, soft drink constellation, really. I don't think anyone solved this on Xbox. But I'm not going to put up the bloody guide to check the percentages because it crashed the game on me last time. So by the looks of the TA, like, only like 10 people have played this game. But I don't think anyone's got it. You found the answer? How did you manage to find the answer? Well, give me the answer then. At this point, I just want the answer. Please. Because it's not fun. But yeah, no one on TA has this one. $11 people have played it. Exactly, Dan. I mean, or at least give me some decent hints other than the Ruddy Owl. Ruddy Owl is annoying. I'm just making pictures now. He's a twit-twoo. Funny. I'm trying to usurp Ross's pungeon. Yeah. So now Ima's gone away. Please come back, Ima. If you've got the answers, I would like the answers, please. I don't like drawing pictures in the stars. It's not fun. Especially not after I spent 2 and a bit hours looking at 700 books. Over 700 books. And I've just proved extremely terrible at actually solving cases. Oh. Did they get any of them? Or anything that looked vaguely good? Vaguely near it? Calm down, Dan. I'd settle at this point just for a list of all the owl clues. And a little bit of a nudge. Are we making an actual key, or is the anchor the key? And should we make it slightly more wonky, or not? That pointing north tells me that whatever's here is north. But we need to solve the puzzle to get that clue. Which means we need to figure out a dragon tail. Is there a dragon attached to it? And also, how does one draw a soft drink constellation? You know. I'm fairly confident with this trident now. Welkesh said that. Of course, I had that as part of a key, but... Owl, will you come on with the hints? Can we have some more hints, please? Maybe we need to connect. There we go. No, that's not a hint! That is talking about a frog. I also like the cake, but it is not helpful. That's now my dragon. Can I poke the owl? Sadly not. I think drawing... Sorry about that. I think drawing lines between the constellations makes him speak. I don't want to stretch. I want to solve this puzzle. Between all of us, we managed to solve the guild puzzle, which, to be fair, I think I was the first one to do that. 6 stars don't belong to any constellations. Well, I'm fairly certain those 3, or possibly 4. Depending on whether I should make that a straight line down there, or whether it's a wonky anchor. I don't know how forgiving they're going to be. This one sort of looks a bit like Sputnik. Possibly a spider? Oh, my TV's doing its thing again. Oh, sorry, Milo. No, Milo. No, done. I'll message you tomorrow on Discord when I'm up and we can sort out Overcooked. could just take the iPad to bed. And fall asleep to me going, God damn it, Owl, give me a clue. It is also 1 a.m, so it is fully, expected that you need to go to bed. So yeah, 6 stars are not part of it. I've respected that rule. This, however, is not a key. I don't think that's a soft drink. And my dragon's tail is a bit pathetic. I don't care about IntelliDoggy's Owl. Please just give me further clues. No, don't. Yeah, Bills has played this, and usually Bills does a walkthrough, but they've only got a couple of achievements, so obviously having issues. I mean, you don't have to have Twitch on the Xbox. But beside the point, I will talk to you tomorrow. This looks like a majestic dog, I have to say. I mean, this could be a dragon. That could be the soft drink. And this could be the key. Or that could be the soft drink. And this could be the key. I do kind of like this as a dragon. The tail is curving over the thingamajiggy. I mean, they're constellations. I call this one Broken Gulf Flag. But it sort of looks like a key. This one is a dragon rampart. This, whatever it is, looks like a swan. There. I call this one Dead Fish. And the owl stopped talking to me again. Or at least stop giving me hints. It could be a dead possum. It could be a key. Someone dancing. This sort of looks like someone dancing now. Yes, that would be part one from my YouTube. I'm guessing. Hey, at least it comes up on Google, or on YouTube search. Yeah. Did the one that the one that I'm found, did it have anything on this, or did they just give up? Did they have anything that looked vaguely, you know, helpful that I could maybe copy? I may have to call it on this one. Ah. But I don't think this is case 6, and it's 1 in the morning, so what I might have to do is hope that it's saved somewhat near and come back to this. Because it'll take me back to case 2 again. Because I haven't solved that one. To be fair, the creator DM'd me, GSV, also hi. As I messaged them and said that case 3 was broken. Or I messaged the Oniria Crimes Twitter account and said the case 3 was broken, and the developer replied to me and said that they weren't responsible for the console port. They're glad I liked the game. So I could DM them for a hint. I don't particularly want to. I just like them to sort of fix the broken bits of the game. Or get whoever's doing the console port to port over the patches. And maybe make the hit boxes on these stupid little stars a bit bigger. But yeah, I don't think anyone solved it. But I think I might have to call it for tonight. Because I have been going for 5 hours. Okay, yeah. 2 hours is me reading out book titles, but... So I think this path over here... So the castle is a north path. We've not gone to bed yet. It's still evening, I guess. But we've definitely not got all the clues, I don't think. Do I want to attempt to solve? I mean, let's just attempt to solve. At least to sort of save it. I hope... Oh god, now it's graphically glitching. Wonderful. I hope Dodson and Little walk up without any setbacks. They've been specially trained. I'm sure everything is fine. Let's find Otora Asfaf before it's too late. There are only 3 possible paths. If we take the wrong one, it's over. We have enough to know where he went. Then let's go. We can't waste any more time at all. We'll avenge them, Santos. So we missed 10 testimonies. Clues found, missed clues, not the correct hypotheses. Where is it going to end us up? We'll see what it does. It may have broken the game. I don't know. Nope. Vampire Hunter. Oops, looks like it wasn't the path. Okay. This castle looks like it's sealed under lock and key. I don't see any fresh prints anywhere. Oh, that is very bright red, and also, yeah, something tells me that the pirate isn't here. So maybe that was the last case. Okay, so that was apparently case 6. That's fine. At least we sort of got to the end, even if it was wrong. So, yeah, I might message the developer and find out what the heck's going on. And ask them when the patch for the console port is coming, because I really want to be able to do case 3 without it glitching, because I can't actually finish it because of that. Can't actually finish it fully anyway. But yes, thanks everyone for your helps and stuffs. It's been good. So if I hit continue, it goes back to case 2. But I can go through it and it tends to remember where I've got to. So we'll be fine to nip back to the constellation case and all that. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks so much for your help. Couldn't have solved some of these puzzles without you. Really appreciate it. But for now, I'm gonna go to bed. I will be late on Tuesday because Leaky's doing stand-up and I'm going to watch. So yeah, I will probably, I don't know, Leaky, what time's it on till? I'm going to ask you while you're here. Unless you've gone already. That was some hype. Is it 8 till 9 or? Well, it'll be later on Tuesday. Anyway, or I guess actually starts at 8, 5 minutes each. Shrug. Actually, because to be fair, the screenshot that you sent me, Leaky, looks vaguely like what I've got, so I got a half a thing then, I guess. Partially correct, possibly. Because actually, so because Reese isn't streaming this week, maybe we move it to 6 and do 6 till 8, so then I can watch Leaky stand up afterwards. Because it's holiday, so I'm not working. So yeah, I'll do 6 or maybe even 5:30, depending on what I want to stream. Yeah, I'll do a couple of hours, 6 till 8, definitely, on Tuesday, and then we'll be back to normal time on Thursday. But anyway, thank you everyone for your help. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we can get this constellation one nailed next time. Yeah, for now, I've been Jo, otherwise known as Angel SK. I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Bye.